Well, good morning. Labrit, Leipni, Lutki. Welcome to the 333 Baltic Circuit just outside of Riga in Latvia. And the final round of the 2024 Rotax Nordic Challenge. My name's Henry Baudet. It is an absolute honor to be able to bring you the biggest event in the Nordic region this year. 6 tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals in Italy up for grabs today in Micro and Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. We have 128 drivers all set to participate. Qualifying is underway at the moment, and we'll bring you up to speed with, I think that was Minimax that we have just finished our 5-minute sessions. There is a look at the very, very expansive and impressive 333 Baltic Circuit. This is a 12-turn track. In fact, the entire facility, there is a large oval, which you can see, which would be the start-finish straight here. Obviously, the karts don't use that. They use the front straight, part of what would be the turns 1 and 2 area of the oval. Then they go into an infield section. There is a lot of elevation change here, believe it or not, as the green flag waves to send out the first senior group. Seniors, the largest grid we have here today. And out onto the track, the number 347 car. The first one, that's Aaron Kivilo from Estonia, the Talvar Racing driver. And the early stages, so we'll follow the drivers through the infield section. This is going out towards turn number 3, and then they'll go through the right hand kick. This is now out onto turn number 6 and turn 7, part of the oval track. They then go through turn number 8, the right hander, into turn number 9, the little crest, onto the back straight into the final couple of corners. This now is turn 11, followed by the turn 12 S's, and that brings you out onto the start-finish line again. Now, I don't have the times in front of me at the moment. We will get those up for you as quickly as we can. And very early stages. Number 309 leading the way at the end of what is effectively the first flying lap. And the 309 car, that is Karlis Kirikovs, the MRG racing driver, has been overtaken at the moment there by number 397, Finland's Milo Kaskinen, Paul Hamburg, and Santeri Laitonen are the top 3 at the moment. Then it's Karlis Kirikovs, Aaron Kivilo, Nojus Gerolaitis, and Miska Kaskinen are next in line. Now, of course, the format for today is as follows. Every one of the 128 drivers here, and we're not just talking drivers from Latvia. This is also around the Estonian Challenge, the Lithuanian Challenge, the Baltic Cup. This is, we've got drivers from Finland, from Latvia, from Georgia, from Lithuania, from Poland, from the United Kingdom, and several more nations. They are fighting the final round, the Nordic Challenge. Now, there are several other sets of points available today in various championships. We're focusing on the Nordic Championship. Each driver will do a 5-minute qualifying session. They will then have 2 heat races. The heat races are the grids for the heat races are decided from times in qualifying, and then the results of those heat races decide the starting grid for the finals. Now, there are 50 points available, championship points available for winning each heat race. 75 championship points available if you win the final this afternoon. Today started with glorious, glorious blue skies on the outskirts of Riga, the capital city of Latvia. They have been replaced by much cloudier skies, and we are forecast some rain later on. Miska Kaskinen in kart 399 is quickest at the moment with a time of 52.771 seconds. Aron Kivilo, second for Talvar Racing. Now Miska Kaskinen for the MKR Racing team is 5 thousandths of a second quicker than Aron Kivilo. Then Dovidas Gudalevicius in kart number 331 is next. Oli Pedermune is fourth fastest. Ledo Kukenhaitsi, the Georgian driver, is fifth position. Then it is Matthias Oyapold, followed by Karolis Kirikovs. So the checkered flag comes out. Miska Kaskinen does take the fastest time of that group. Now there are two groups of senior drivers. Aron Kivilo, Dovidas Gudalevicius and Oli Petermuni third and fourth fastest. Paul Hamburg moves into P5, and then Ledo Kukhinadze, Georgia, sixth. Matthias Oyapold, Karolis Kirikovs, Milo Kaskinen, Marta Spika, Henrikas Klipkas, Kate Drobiseva, and Sebastian Adari, Santeri Leitonen, Noyos Gerlaitis, Kyle Kriston Turkru, Oscar Savici, Hanna Grete Shudema, Ricards Kilkus, and the rest. As you look, this 333 Baltic circuit, it appears out of the forest like a mirage in the desert, in a green desert here just outside Latvia. A very impressive facility. There's also a water park here, some off-roading, a smaller rental kart circuit. So Latvians understandably very, very proud of this venue. It's an extremely expansive venue, and work is going on apace to bring it up to CIK FIA standards, with maybe a round of the Champions of the Future or the CIK Academy coming to Latvia in the near future. That is the intention, that is the desire. As you can see, a very, very fast flowing layout as you're looking at the number 309 kart coming back into the pit lane there. That's Karolis Kirikovs, the MRG racing driver. Now, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, you've got the big race control building, and then the little black tent there on the left-hand side. That's where I'm positioned doing the commentary and where the live streaming is coming from. There is a glance down at the exit of pit lane. You can see Yanis there, the black baseball cap, the white t-shirt, the event organizer, was extremely hard at work accommodating the biggest field that we've had here in Latvia in 2024, as we now look ahead to what will be the second group of, well, that was the second group of senior Rotax. Now we're on to Minimax. So the timetable that I had in front of me, not necessarily being followed in terms of the race order, but that is because we have had to split the seniors. Such a large entry of seniors. We'll get to the points table and who is fighting for what as the day progresses. But looking down at the Minimax class, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 18 drivers in total. Drivers from Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Latvia, obviously, not to mention drivers from the United Kingdom as well. Now we'll try and pick out a couple of familiar names to those of you that watch Rotax racing around the world. Names like Ilari Harmanen from Finland, Patrikas Josius from Lithuania, Mahos Masinas. Very familiar name to those of you that watch the international trophy. Nikita Lyubimov, a driver that has won a Rotax Grand Finals. He was the Micromax champion back in 2021 in Bahrain. So some very, very talented names here. Those of you watching in the UK, Jack Collinson will be in kart number 191. He is the Anglo-Latvian driver. Mum from Latvia, dad from Hartlepool. And he's looking to try and get a ticket. He's racing under his Latvian license. So whether he represents Latvia or the UK remains to be seen. Gustav Ushakovs, also another British driver here, racing under Latvian license. So he has raced for Latvia in the Grand Finals before. Now there's the number 151 kart. That is Mahos Masinas, the Rotax racing driver on a Tony kart chassis. Times. It's number 133, Nikita Lyubimov, 57.796 seconds, who is fastest at the moment. Now, we'll try and follow, give you an idea of where we are on the circuit. And of course, if you're new to the Nordic Challenge, you're watching it on the YouTube channel, the Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel. This is turn 6 and 7. Here's turn 8, the right hand. They go up this hill into turn number 9. They flash through turn 10 onto the back straight, and now we'll go left, right and left again through turns 11 and then through turn number 12. It'll dip on the apex out on this very expansive start-finish straight, and now into what is similar to the turn 1 corner of the Daytona International Speedway road course. They then flick through the infield section, out through turn 2, up over a crest, down into a dip at turn number 3, and they rise out through the turn 4 chicane, a fast left-right out towards turn number 5, into a horseshoe turn at turn number 6. A very plush backdrop to this circuit, and then through part on the part of the oval, they flick inside of turn number 8, they cross over the back straight of the oval into turn number 9, then head back onto the official back straight. That is a lap here at the 333 Baltic circuit. Lyubimov is still fastest in kart number 133. The number 113 kart, Martins Driba, is second, then Mahos Masinas, Jack Collinson, Alex Manisius. In fact, Collinson goes third, Manisius is fourth, Jonas Pundis goes to fourth position now. So Patrikas Josius dropping to 6th position. Driba is second, just 0.2 of a second separating Lyubimov, Driba and Collinson, first, second and third. Now, such an expansive circuit, still dry at the moment, although the cloud cover is gradually enveloping the entire circuit. It is very warm and humid here in Latvia today. There's the number 191 kart. That is Jack Collinson at the back of this train. The British driver who drives for Sam Pollock Racing in the United Kingdom. There's number 113, the Energy Course chassis of Martins Driba. the Gatis Vekavargas entered machine. The number 151 leading the way. Now trying to see where Nikita Lubimov is on our screen, our current leader. The checkered flag is out. Collinson has just gone second, so this will be the final flying lap for all these young drivers in Minimax. And a little bit of side-by-side action there. That's not going to help either of those two youngsters in qualifying. And in fact, I think you can see there the hands in the air, drivers returning to pit lane early. It's Lubimov, though, who will take provisional pole position in Minimax, ahead of Collinson, Dribi, then Meneses, then Massinas, Josius, Klavs Hans, Jonas Pundis, Ilari Harmanen, Tristan Telus, Rodrigo Kekas, Ilya Veliko, then Yuris Plukshna, then Ralph Kayatis, Mikhail Grantins, Keitja Speaker, then Marks Konov, I do apologise, Marks Kononovs, then Sara Tarbo, 18 Minimax drivers. I will apologise in advance for my inevitable mispronunciations of some of the surnames of my Baltic friends here. You can see the water park, which is just behind us here. If anybody wants to go and have a game of Total Wipeout Pond the Water, you can. I have to say that this venue, multi-purpose venue, it is about 20 minutes outside of Latvia's capital, Riga, which is an extremely beautiful city indeed. Now, is that Ilya Aloskins in the foreground there with the sunglasses on his phone? And now we wait for the next group to go out. The next group we will just wait to see who this is. Now, it could be Junior. Yes, it is. This is the Junior qualifying session. And a healthy amount of juniors we have here. Again, some very, very talented drivers on the entry list. I'm looking down there, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24 drivers in total. Timothy Vladimirov, Markus Jauk, Mario Majetic, Martins Valts, Nicholas Hurutari, Marius Karkiausas, Milan Staneski, Aliosas Chivasius, Fernando Paimari, Ailse Stolzermane, Marco Plinta, Mate Kopakidze, Hans Markus Narusk, Nemunas Bobekas, Freddy Katanstik, Tom Strella, Robin Semet, Adrian Tions, Nathan Rabinski, Franek Sulima, Maximilian Lupa, Albert Echo Cook, Kaspar Kikskula, and Rafael Zanask. So, already in the background of your screen, you can see one driver who has ground to a halt on the out lap. We will get a name check on that poor driver. It's Markus Jalk in cart number 288, who is fastest at the moment. The Estonian driver, the Aero Racing team. I'm just looking down to see, well, Tom Strella has not gone out, and Alberto Cook, I think that could be the 232 driver. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looking down, so we have 20 drivers, so that all the drivers on my entry list are there. It is 20 drivers in total. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So there's 24 by entrance. There's 20 have gone out. And it is Albert Echo Koch who has stopped in the number 232 car, the Talvar Racing entry. Now, we'll focus on the drivers who are out there. That is the number 277 cart. And, the 227, that is Aliosis Chekavicius. Chekavicius, sorry. Alicius Chekavicius in the number 227 car. That bright green helmet. Very distinctive driver. That's the 277 cart rather than the bright green crash helmet is driver number 288. That's Marcus Jauch. The 277 in front of him, that is Fernando Paimer, another Estonian driver. But fastest of all at the moment is Robin Semet in cart 263. Now, yellow flag's waving there. Not quite sure who that is for. We've still got a driver at the side of the circuit. That's Mr. Koch, side of the track. Tom Strella in cart 238. Very, very experienced driver, both on the grand finals, on the international and the national stage. So Tom Strella, certainly one of the names to beat here. And over the crest into turn number 3. Here's the number 231 cart we're following. That's Mate Kopakidze, the Georgian driver, one of the very few Georgian drivers to have ever qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals. Now there's the reason for the yellow flag. The driver off the side of the circuit going into turn number 6. Now the oval here, well, it's more, for those who are familiar with NASCAR, it's more of a Darlington-shaped oval where one turns 3 and 4 on the oval are slightly wider than turns 1 and 2. As a dedicated oval racing aficionado, I would absolutely love to see a couple of Legends cars or something like that going around here. That would be absolutely fantastic. You can see a lot of little crests, dips, cambers in the corner. This is certainly not a completely billiard table, smooth and flat layout. There's some very tricky and subtle changes of camber as the checkered flag comes out, and it's Adrian's Tions in cart number 271, the MRG Racing driver, who has gone fastest of all, 54.325 seconds. Strella is second, then Timothy Vladimirov third, Robin Semet is fourth, Mariusz Korkiauskas is fifth, and Alice Stolcermane is deposed by Maximilian Lupa, the Polish driver, who finishes sixth as the remainder of the runners take the checkered flag. We're rattling through timed qualifying here. Now, the heats, they call them here in Latvia Final 1 and Final 2, and then the Super Final. The Micromax heats will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. The Minimax will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. For the juniors and seniors and the masters, it's 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And for the DD2s, it's 10 minutes plus 1 lap. They're the heat race lengths. The super finals, 9 minutes plus a lap for the Micromax drivers, 10 minutes plus a lap for the Minimax drivers, 12 minutes for the juniors, 14 minutes for the seniors and the masters, and 15 minutes for the DD2s. And like I said, We will bring you up to speed with the points standings as well. In terms of the Nordic Challenge. So this is the third and final round of the Rotax Nordic Challenge. There are 6 categories in that. Micromax, Minimax, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. At the end of today, the 6 tickets available for the grand finals in Sarno will be that are available for the Nordic Challenge. They will be distributed. We have Luis Roby on hand. He is a very experienced Rotax steward. He is here stewarding. We have Tanya from the Rotax office is here as well to observe things. And of course, I'm very fortunate enough to be the official voice of Rotax globally, which I'm very proud to be known as, and it's a great honor to be able to come to a new country and to see friends who I normally only see at the grand finals or at the international trophies. It's been a fantastic welcome, I have to say. If you are watching this and you are thinking of, during the summer holidays, for example, doing this event next year, you will be guaranteed a very friendly, warm welcome indeed. As you can see in the paddock, there are a lot of very, very professional teams, big professional teams here that offer full arrive and race packages. And of course, the Nordic Challenge, it's a 3-round series. So 3 rounds and a ticket to the grand finals in every class, as that cannot be sniffed at all. So, next up, this is DD2 Masters. And on the circuit, so these are the drivers aged 31 and over in the 2-speed Rotax karts. And I'm just quickly checking. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 14 drivers on my entry list. I'm just looking there. 13 have gone out. So I'm not quite sure who is missing. But some very, very familiar names in the Rotax world. Pirit Sai from Estonia, for example. Mikolas Masinas from Lithuania. We have the inimitable Harold Skarkaklis, who has represented 7 countries in the grand finals, and who is one of the leading figures in the Birol Art Baltic team. And a lot of the Birol Art Baltics karts have got on the front of their nose cones and the NASA panels, they've got a cartoon figure of Harold's driving the Birol kart, standard cigarette hanging out of his mouth. But yes, he's a very, very highly respected driver now, mechanic team owner and team manager as well. Sure if you can see there those little cartoon figures on the front of the Birol Art. There is the number 509. That is let's have a look. That is Ricard's Kalsins. But at the moment, fastest of all is Estonia's Pirit Sai. Somebody getting very wide, coming out of turn number 4 there, kicking up the dirt. And of course, this circuit, you can see for yourself, there are no gravel traps or runoff areas. If you step off the white lines, and I think that's a very good idea, you know, in this constant battle to enforce track limits, well, simply put a bit of mud on the other side of the white lines. That'll stop them. That'll learn them. But it's Pirit Sai in kart number 519. There's the number 511 kart. that is Ivo Pajerla. Ivo Pajerla going through at the moment. Sai leads Nicolas Masinas. Haraldsgaard Kaklis is third. Martin Sild is fourth. And Ivo Pajerla is fifth. I have to say, great job by our live streaming company, our camera crew, out on the circuit and in the director's truck to bring you some of these pictures. It is not an easy task, especially as, there are not many permanent structures here at the 333 Baltic Circuit, certainly on the track. So whenever the TV company turns up here, it's a case of building their own camera points, what have you. As you can see there, very brave camera crew on top of the scaffolding there. Has anyone told him there's a thunderstorm? I'm only joking. But again, great work to bring you these live images around the world on the Rotax Challenge Latvia YouTube channel. On the track, Pirit Sai still fastest in cart number 519. We're looking at the number 518 cart. That's Martin Sild. Martin Sild for the Racing Academy team. As there is one driver just bailing out, deciding enough is enough, save his tyres. And he will go back into the pits. There is Sild going into turn number 1. Out of turn number 1 through turn number 2, the switchback section, over that crest, and hard on the brakes for turn number 3, 180-degree corner, flicks you back in that left-right kick at turn number 4. Careful not to run too wide coming out of that complex. Then set yourself up for the keyhole section. Turn 5, build up speed through turn number 6. That's a very fast corner through turn number 7. You've got to set yourself up for turn number 8, and then the last real hard braking point of the lap at turn number 9, out onto the back straight, and you can see their drivers backing out of it. Sild continues to go through the last sort of infield section. Reminds you a lot of the Homestead Miami Speedway infield road course, with that last chicane out onto the start finish straight. But there's the checkered flag wave. It's Pirit Sai from Nicolas Masinas, Haraldsgaard Kaklis, Martin Sild, Ivo Pajerla, and then Juris Zalitis, and Ricards Kaln Siems, then Marcus Michael Kaljusta, Ivars Us, and then Eke Nurm, Willem Pomerantz, and Argo Tam with Marcus King rounding out the 13 drivers. So I can see that maybe Martins Rollis has not gone out in this session. Now I will have a little look at the YouTube channel. Let's have a little look. They have the top messages. Okay. Live chat. I'm not quite sure how how often I will get to the live chat, but please, if you're watching, and I can see that several hundred of you are at the moment, please give us a big hello, say where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, and if you would like me to give a name check to your driver, or as if you're family members, friends watching at home, please, it does matter a lot to the drivers. I will not pretend to be able to pronounce all your names correctly, but I will do my very best. How is that? Yes, there was a slight delay, just for 10 minutes, to starting the broadcast today, but don't panic, Daimingi D. It is now, we are now very much in the swing of things, and hope that we have as many of you watching as possible as we wait for the next category to go out. And a glance at this very expansive facility. indeed, here on the outskirts of Riga, as we wait for what I believe will be the DD2 qualifying session. And go back, the next one up it'll be, yes, the ultimate Rotax class DD2. So once again, Labrit, Leipni, Lutki. Good morning and welcome to Latvia. And we've already seen one former Rotax Grand Finals champion. Now we have a reigning Rotax Grand Final champion, Ragnar Virus, will be in cart number 441. Watch some of the contenders. There's number 455 on your screen. That is Ricards Vekvagaras. I will get that right. Vekvagaras. Ricards Vekvagaras. We'll look for the number 441 car, Ragnar Virus. I know Ragnar has been out in Chinese Taipei, in the island of Taiwan. I'm sure that Roger Young will be tuning in. Ragnar trying to help bring the level of karting in that region up to European standards, up to standard that the drivers in Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, at the standards they need to be at to compete on a world stage. There's the number 427 kart. That's Alexander Horodinsky for the now the Vishakovsky Motorsport team. But this is Alexander Horodinsky. The Vishakovsky team, a very, very successful team all around Europe in that very distinctive blue and yellow livery. There's the 421 kart, or is it the, sorry, no, there's Edgar's Vilkans, the number 471 kart following, and you can see these are the ultimate members of the Rotax family of go-karts. 2-speed, 130 kilometers an hour. Not quite sure what the top speed here will be, although certainly on the start-finish straight, coming on to that now, that really gives these karts the opportunity to stretch their legs. There is the number 441 kart, very distinctive livery. That is Ragnar Virus, the driver to beat, both not just in Latvia or in the Baltic region, but last year he was the driver we all had to beat in the world. There he goes, green and yellow crash helmet. Everyone will do well to try and follow his lines, just even if he's not that experienced here at this particular circuit. The more experienced drivers, they learn these tracks quicker. As you're looking there at the number 401, Krists Zidas, the RM Latvia team, and Krists Zidas wearing what is one of the older Team Latvia race suits. Now, Virus wearing his normal Birrell ART suits. Now, the traditional Latvian national race suits, the white and red wine coloured race suits, they've got two figures on them. Now, on the Latvian coat of arms, you have the lion and the griffin. And the Latvian race suits, the older Latvian race, the newer Latvian race suits, sorry, that's one of the older ones, have got fantastic graphics on them, with the lion on the one side and the griffin on the other. I'm sure there are several drivers here who have raced in the grand finals for Latvia. I'm sure we will see some of them as the day progresses. But at the moment, in this very short, sharp 5-minute qualifying session, less than a minute to go, It is Edgar's Vilkans. 52.170. He is 1/10 of a second clear of Emils Akmens. Then Thomas Rudikas. Then Maxim Shurko, Patrick Slokmelis, Martinas Tankevicius, Thomas Burstins, Martins Janovskis, Alexander Horodzinski, Kirst Zeders, Elmars Mikkelsons, Elmaris Mikkelsons dropping down to 12th position because, it's still Wilsons, Akmens, Rudikas, Janovskis, Shurko, Lokmelis, Tankevicius, your top 7. Where is Ragnar Vieras? The answer is only 9th, but he's 9th and only 4/10 of a second off provisional pole position. Checkered flag is coming out, and this will give you an idea of just how close and competitive the racing here at the 333 circuit is. There is the number 418 cart. Patrick Knowles Lochmelis comes out to take the checkered flag. Lochmelis will stay 6th, and Edgar's Vilkans will take provisional pole position. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes timed qualifying here in the final round of the Rotax Nordic Cup. We will be back underway with the start of the heat races very shortly. Please don't go away. Keep your comments coming in on the live chat, and we'll see. We're watching from Wisconsin. Roger Young watching from the Chinese Taipei, cheering on Ragnar Vieras. Well, he's got a little bit of work to do, Roger, from the 5th row of the grid in DD2. Watching from Wisconsin, USA, a Cheesehead watching LV2 race. Shout out to the boys in DD2 Masters. Pirit Sai, Harold Garkaklis, Usrolis, Emils Akman. Why are the Wisconsins called a Cheesehead? Well, because they make a lot of cheese in Wisconsin. It's pretty simple. And the Green Bay Packers, which is the NFL team based in Wisconsin, as I'm a Detroit Lions fan, but they have their headwear is a large slice of cheese. Brilliant. Fantastic. Well, hello, Mr. Cheesehead from Wisconsin. Good day to you. Hope you're watching. Hope you're enjoying what you're watching here. We'll be back very shortly with the start of today's heat races. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The grid is forming up very shortly for the start of today's racing. Now, these are called Final 1. In other countries, you would call them Heat 1. It is Micromax, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And let's take you through the points standings as they are ahead of this, the final round of what is the Nordic Challenge, the Rotax Nordic Challenge. At the moment, with 338 points, leading the way is Jokubus Vaskelis, Theo Steindal from Norway, who I don't believe is here this weekend. Let's have a little look. Where have I seen Theo, the Norwegian driver? No, I haven't. Jokubus Vaskelis is here in kart number 24. Theo Steindal's not here. Emilis Jurdzaitis is third in the point standings. Emilis will be in kart number 17. And I will prefix this. So, I am in the black tent. If I am getting your name wrong, simply wander over to the black tent, punch me softly, because I do bruise, and explain to me how to say your name correctly. I am doing my best. My Latvian is poor. My English isn't much better. But we will get there in the end together. So, Jokubus Vaskelis leads the points. Theo Steindal is second. Emilis Jurdzaitis third. Taurus Ziminskas is fourth. And Oskaras Pitkovas fifth in points. Karolis Brensons, Martins Lapins, Ilis Mankonen, and Remigius. Oh dear, that's gone wrong. Remigius Cryosiunus, I think, is next. Then Dominic Lepp, that's much better. Followed by Leonas Zarikov, Andreas Maniusis, and Makaris Tennis. They are your leaders in the points standings. I will check with the, see, do we have a grid position or a grid slot in front of us? Let's have a look. Yes, we do. Pole position will be Jokubus Vaskelis, Emilis Jurdzaitis, and Oskaras Pitkovas. Then Karolis Berntsons, Martins Leipkins. Then my good friend, number 99, Remigius Cryosiunus, something like that. Remigius, come and tell me how I'm saying your name wrong. Followed by Ilis Mankonen, Jan Wozniak, Rodrigo Taurins, Taurus Ziminkas, and Dominic Lepp. 11 drivers in total. Set to go for what will be a 7 minute plus 1 lap race. The skies are grey but dry. The engines are fired. The youngest members of the Rotax family head out onto the circuit for what will be their rolling lap. These Micromax karts, they look so small on this extremely wide start-finish straight. It will be the number 24 kart, the Intrepid race suit. Lithuania's Jokubus Vaskelis leading. Then they roll 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Yep, all 11 drivers that qualified safely on track. Going to Dominic Lepp in cart number 44 at the back of the field. If you're watching, if you want live timing is available on Speed Hive. There's number 98 cart, a very distinctive dark green and black livery machine. That's Elis Mankonen. We're going to have a second rolling lap. Well, he is an intrepid driver. He's on an intrepid cart. Jokibas Vaskelis, the traditional Lithuanian colours. The Lithuanian national race suit, that very, very distinctive yellow, green, red and black race suit. Obviously adorning some of the graphics kits on the cart as well. Now, you can see the blue skies above the large trees here in the forest have been replaced by somewhat menacing looking grey skies. It's not a question of if the rain will arrive, it's when the rain will arrive. On the outside of row number 1, there is Emilis Iodzaitis, entire NSL liveried cart. They're going to go around. Yes, they don't use that last chicane on the rolling lap. That gives both rows of drivers a better chance of getting into the correct formation. They go into the tram lines. They look at the flag, green flag. We are off and racing. It's a good start from number 24, the 48 cart. Tucks into second place. That's Oskaras Pitkovas into P2. All 11 drivers safely through turn number 1. Now they head down towards turn 3. Through the left-right kink at turn number 4. And out onto the back straight, green flags all the way around the circuit. Now on to what would be turn 1 of the oval, but it's turn 6 of the road course. Through turn 7, they flick right through turn 8, up the hill, change for second position. One of the Energy course chassis moves into P2, chasing there, and now the number 17 cart of Emilis Iodzaitis passing the number 48 of Pitkovas for third position. So a good start for Pitkovas. Then he drops back. But at the end of lap number 1, we have the number 69 cart of Martins Lapins. He's the Energy course driver in P2, looking for the race lead. But at the moment, it is Vaskelis holding him off. And we're on lap number 2 of this 7 minutes plus 1 lap race. 2, 4, 5 carts all in a line with Carlis Berntsons in cart number 3, the second of those Energy chassis. He is in 5th position. There's a move for the race lead. Up into P1 goes Martins Lapins. That was at turn number 9. Now on to the back straight, and our early race leader, Jokibas Vaskelis, drops to P3. And now that lead group of 5 are joined by several more. That is Taurus Ziminkas and Remigius Kaurianiasis. There's another leader change. That's Emilis Iodzaitis moving into top spot. Nobody being dropped to the back of the field. So all 11 drivers still tucked into a very tight formation. It's Remigius Kriausunas, I believe. That's how you pronounce it, in the number 99 cart. I was kind of hoping he'd be a bit slower than what he is, so that I wouldn't have to mention his name so much. Only joking. Remigius Kriausunas in 7th position, looking to move up. He's just in front of the number 98 cart of Elis Mankonen, and there's a move for 3rd position, and that is the number 69, Martins Lapins, moving up. Oh, sorry, Martin Lapins moving back up. Martins did lead, has now dropped back to third position. Side by side for the race lead. Jositis getting passed by Vasquez. So Vasquez back into top spot. And of course, these micro karts there, this wide open 333 circuit is absolutely perfectly suited for slipstreaming and drafting into, what are we now? Turn number 5 and turn number 6. Vasquez leading Jositis, leading the red and white Birol ART of Taurus Zeminkas. That is Zeminkas, the white crash helmet, the red and white chassis. Is that a Birol ART? I'm not quite sure. I think it is. Then the two Energy Course chassis, Oskaras Pitkovas and of course Martins Lapins in kart number 69. Behind them, then it's Carlis Berntsons. Sorry, it's Oskaras Pitkovas in 6th, and it's Jan Wozniak 7th. Elis Mankonen 8th, Dominic Lepp 9th. Then it's Kriasiunas and Taurins at the back of the field, but still 2.5 seconds separates first to last. And Vasquez trying to break away, but you could see the 88 of Zeminkas giving a signal there to the number 17, Jositis, say, come on, push me, follow me, work with me. Berntsons in the number 3 kart, trying to follow his teammate Lapins, passed up into 4th position, but now this is good. They're going to be careful here. Jositis and Lapins, they battle too much together. The top 3 will pull away. And see the top 2 are now trying to break clear. Vasquez and Zeminkas. Zeminkas just sets the fastest lap of the race, 60.224 seconds. We are just over 5 minutes into this 7-minute plus 1 lap race, and the top 2, Vasquez and Zeminkas, now have a very slender advantage over this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. 2 Energy Course karts, Lapins in the 69. Then the 3 of Berntsons have to work together, followed by Jositis in that very garish livery. There's no mistaking what country that's from, that Lithuanian livery machine. And he looks to the inside of Berntsons there, coming to the final chicane. Doesn't make the move. That actually slows the pair of them down. Now they have to try and work hard to get back into the slipstream. Just under a minute, plus 1 lap to go. Will they see the last lap board next time around? We will have to see. This is lap 7. Timed race, don't forget. Through turns 4 and 5. Down towards turns 6 now. Uphill a little bit, just cresting that rise. Using the positive camber of the circuit to flick themselves into turn number 7, the sort of dog leg turn 7. Now up and over the brow at turn number 9. And it's still Vasquez, Zeminkas, Lapins, Berntsons, Jositis, and then the number 48 kart there, Pitkovas, trying to battle to hold off Jan Wozniak. Last lap board goes out. Vasquez leading Zeminkas by 2 kart lengths as they cross the line. Now they go deep into turn number 1. The 48 Paralin kart of Oskaras Pitkovas trying to hold on to 6th position. And he's just about got enough in hand at the moment over Jan Wozniak. But the battle is on for 3rd. Lapins defending from Berntsons. Berntsons then getting shuffled a little bit wide. That opens the door for Emilis Jositis to move into P4. Jositis now looks at the inside, going into turn number 9 for 3rd, runs wide over the grass. Oh, kicking up a lot of dirt there. The marshal scrambles for cover, and that is going to cost him. It's going to be a win for Jokubas Vasquez. from Taurus Ziminkas. And in third position after a great last lap scramble, third across the line will be Martins Lapins and his teammate Karolis Bernsons. Emilis, in fact, Oskaras Pitkovas takes fourth. There is Emilis Iodzaitis just punching the steering wheel as he crosses the start-finish line. So your provisional race 1 result is Jokubas Vaskelis as the rate takes the win from Taurus Ziminkas, with Martins Lapins in third. Fourth is Oskaras Pitkovas. Fifth for Karolis Bernsons. Sixth is Jan Wozniak. Recap of this race. Great highlights here from the live streaming crew. Lots of battling early on, and you can see that Vaskelis in kart number 24 dropped back to third eventually, but was able to claw his way back into the race lead. Remigius Kriausiunas was seventh. I will get that right by the end of the day, I promise you. Elis Mankonen is eighth. Ninth for Dominic Lepp. 10th for Rodrigo Taurins. And sadly, 11th for Emilis Iodzaitis at the end there. So that is one race down. And our next race should be Minimax, which will be an 8-minute plus 1 lap race. As I look to see karts going the wrong way on the grid. Now, is that because it is raining, I wonder? I am checking out of my window. The back door of the black tent that I am in, and I can't see raindrops. We will find out what will go on now. So we'll have a look at the next race, which will be, it's a senior Group A versus Group B. So there's been a change to the timetable. So it's senior Group A versus Group B. Because we have split the seniors into 3 groups, we've got to adjust the timetable accordingly. Now, senior Group A versus Group B. This will be Artjoms Sestakovs, Romans Rodionovs, Aaron Kivilo, Gustav Ushakovs, Linus Volingevichus, Oli Petr Mune, Ilya Sheramita, Joel Kaspar Jopere, Oliver Kerg, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Karolis Kirikovs, Axel Sarnyala, former Grand Finals champion in senior, Robert Pakas, Jimmy Kukalainen, Marta Speaker, Henrikas Klipkas, and Khalil Soda. Sonja Grönlund, Santeri Leitonen, and Kate Dobeseva, Kyle Kriston Tukru, Armin Rebane, Artur Karu, Paul Hamburg, Daniels Petrus Berzins, and Lautaro Joffre. They are your 26 starters, scheduled starters in this group. I'm just quickly checking to see how many seniors we have in total. The answer is many. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 39 on my entry list. So they've been split into 3 groups of 13 after qualifying. So Group A will have 13 drivers in it, Group B 13, and Group C 13. Each driver will compete in 2 heats, so Group A will race Group B and Group C, and so on and so forth, just to make sure that we don't exceed the maximum number of karts at any one time allowed on the circuit. Points standings in the Nordic Challenge in seniors. I will bring them to you very shortly. So it is Miska Kaskanen who leads the point standings. He has a perfect point score at the moment, 350. Gustav Ushakovs is second, Aron Kivilo third, and the Santeri Leitonen is fourth. They are your point standings at the moment. Now, looking back at some of the live chat, well, thank you, Love to Race, saying, Miss Henry, to miss you and Rob Howden in the booth. Well, fear not. I shall be back stateside next weekend for the Rotax US Nationals, and I'll be joined with Rob Howden at the Las Vegas Super Nationals later this year. So you will get your full fill of myself and the voice of North American karting, Rob Howden. Don't you worry, Love to Race. You'll be sick of the sound of me before long. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We apologise for that brief delay. We are now on circuit with race number 2 of the day. This is the first of the senior Rotax heat races, Group A versus Group B. And your starting lineup will be as follows. Artyom's Sestakovs in cart number 357 will lead the field, followed by number 399, Miska Kaskinen. Aron Kivilo will start third alongside Gustav Ushakovs. Then it is Linus Volongevichus, Oli Peter Muni, Lado Kukhinadze, Ilya Sheremeta, Joel Kasper Uapere, Karlis Kirikovs, Milo Kaskinen, Tonis Johannes Tomingas, Axel Sanyala, Henrikas Klepikas, Sebastian Adari, Romet Pakas, Yemi Kokolainen, Kate Drobiseva, Noyos Gerolaitis, Khalil Soda, Sonia Grönlund, Oscar Savicki, Paul Hamburg, Arthur Karu, Daniels Peteris Berzins, Ricards Kilkulis. So they are 26 carts. This will be a 9-minute plus 1 lap race, 2 rolling laps. So through the second rolling lap, into the tram lines, the green flag goes down. We are off and racing. It's a good start from the outside of row number 1 there, Mr. Kaskinen running a little bit wide, and it is over the hill towards turn number 5. This is senior Group A and Group B. Down towards, it is Sestakovs leading in cart number 3, 4, it's actually Aaron Kivilo in cart 3, 4, 7, leading number 304 of Linus Volongevicius. He's got Volongevicius in cart number 304, that very distinctive blue liveried machine. Out towards turn number 6 now, heading down towards the end of the opening lap. And battle for 3rd and 4th position, that's Ushakovs. Now, Mika Kaskinen dropped back quite considerably from the start, the outside front row. So he is dropped all the way back to 9th position as the Finnish driver. As we go on to lap number 2, Kivilo leading Volongevicius, leading Sestakovs, Ushakovs, Oli Peter Muni has made a good start. Then Yopere, Sheremeta, Kirikovs. Then the 2 Kaskinens, 9th and 10th, Miska and Milo Kaskinen. Drobiseva, Karu, Savicki, Bersins, Kilukas and Girolaitis. The rest of the running order you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. 7.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Into turn number 6 they go. Out of the final corner. And somebody on the grass there. That is the number 342 cart. And the number 342 running wide. Try and get a number check on that driver next time around. In fact, that was Arthur Karu. Up at the front, Kivilo by 3/4 of a second over Volongevicius. Then Ushakovs in 3rd position, Gustav Ushakovs. Then number 389. Red and white race suits, followed by This gaggle for fourth position. This is Sestakovs in the green, the predominantly green cart, number 312. Olli Petter sorry, has gone past Sestakovs. Oh, and who's that running wide? That is the second place driver, Volungavicius, running very wide there, coming out to the final corner. Now, is that because the rain has arrived? Usakovs now leads the race. Gustav Usakovs in cart number 389 lead. You can see these the back end of some of these carts slipping and sliding around the place. Axel Sarnjala still down in 14th position. But Gustav Usakovs through turn number 7. Up towards turn 8 and 9. It's a bit further back in the pack, the 309 of Kirikovs making a big move there. And the 347 up the front. This is Kibilo in that very distinctive orange, black and white machine. The 347 cart. Aaron Kibilo, the Talvar Racing driver, now running down in 6th position, just in front of the 390. Ilya Sheremetyev. Still can't believe that Miska Kaskinen, after qualifying second, the Finnish driver who leads the points, he's had a perfect score through the first 2 rounds of the Nordic Challenge. He's there in 8th position. Gustav Usakovs now heads the number 357 of Artyoms Sestakovs. And side by side, up over the back of another driver there, that's Karalis Kirikovs. They're just vaulting up over the back of somebody else. They carries on. But it's Usakovs halfway through this race now. It's the 3/10 of a second lead over Sestakovs. Jorpere is third, Kivilo fourth, Kirikovs and Sheremetyev. Then Olli Petter Munje, or Olli Petteri Munje, followed by Miska Kaskinen and Milo Kaskinen, 8th and 9th. Ledo Kukhainaidze, Georgia, is 10th. Then it's Tunis Johannes Tumingas and Rikas Klipkas. Linus Volungavicius, after running second earlier on, is now down in 13th position. Axel Sarnjala, 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion, only 14th at the moment, although Axel tends to drive DD2 more often than not now. So Gustav Usakovs in the number 389 car, the MRG Racing team crests the rise over turn number 2 into 3. Through turns 4, down towards turn 5, into turn 6. Out of 6 to the dog leg at turn number 7. And straighten the cart up and then position it right so you don't have to scrub up any speed for turn number 8. Line yourself up then for turn number 9. It's critical to get a good exit out of this corner into the final complex. Take a wide entry in, a very late apex, because you're setting yourself up for the long left-hand point of that complex, and then that right flick out onto the very wide start-finish straight. You do have to be careful of track limits coming out to that final corner. All 26 drivers that started this race still running. You're watching the top 5 on screen. Usakovs, Sestakovs, Kivilo, Jorpere and Kirikovs in that order. The 389, the 2 teammates in fact, the MRG Racing team. Latvia's Artyoms Sestakovs. Gustav Usakovs, also from Latvia, now getting past. He's based in the UK predominantly now, is Gustav, but he's just been passed for the race lead. And now, for that Talvar Racing entry, Aaron Kivilo in third, really starting to pressure the back end of Gustav Usakov's kart. We complete another lap, side by side for 4th position, between the 3-2-1 of Joel Kasper Jorpere and the number 309 of Kirilis Kirikovs. Mr. Kaskinen has fought his way back into 6th position. He's the first of the drivers in the blue and black livery machines. Mr. Kaskinen for the MKR Racing outfit. He is up. He's now ahead of the number 312, Olli Petteri Muna. And side by side, here comes the battle for second. Make that P2 now for Aaron Kivilo. Meanwhile, Artyom Sestakovs is pulling clear of Kivilo and Usakovs through turn number 1. Lead directly into turns 2. That left-right flick over the crest, now down to the 180-degree right-hander at turn 4. At turn 3 rather, the right-hander now through turn 4, the chicane, into turn 5, out onto turn number 6. Then they flick left again. Sestakovs extending his advantage to 3/4 of a second over Kirill. There's a dive from Kaskinen. Doesn't quite pull it off, and Olli Petteri Muna in that bright green liveried machine passes Kaskinen, who has now got, is that his brother Milo Kaskinen? It is indeed Milo Kaskinen, now right behind him. Battling out the 7th and 8th between the 2 Finnish drivers, just in front of Sheremettä and Kukian Idze, Paul Hamburg, and then the number 320 kart, rounding out the top 12, Henrikas Klepikas. Sestakovs will lead by 3/4 of a second. We're looking at the battle for 5th position. Olli Petteri Muna swings to the outside going into turn number 9, but Joperi defends. Joperi, the white crash helmet, looking over his shoulder and closing in the 2 Finns, Milo and Miska Kaskinen, as well as number 390, Ilya Sheremettä, as we take the checkered flag. Sestakovs holds on to win by 4/10 of a second over number 357, Aaron Kivilo. Usakovs is 3rd, followed by Kirilis Kirikovs. At full finishing order. See that Latvia and Estonia annexing the top 5 positions in the race. Trio of Finns, all the way back to Saudi Regards. Kikulis, out the 26th position. All 26 starters did make the finish. Now, in a deviation from our timetable, the Minimax race will be up next. Here's a brief look at some of the incidents there. That was the 3-4-2 kart going off at turn number 11. Coming to grief there was Arto Karu. Lots of good battling. That has really got a bit too close for comfort as the 309 kart bolting up over the back there. But it was eventually the win for Artymis Sestakovs. Now, Minimax on your screens. Race number 1, here's your starting lineup. Nikita Lyubimov leads the field from Jack Collinson, then Martins Driver and Alex Menis. Behind Menis, we have Mahos Masinas, Patrikas Josius, Klavs Hans, Jonas Pundis, Ilari Harmanen. Again. Tristan Tellis in 10th, followed by Rodrigo Kakers, Ilya Veliko, Joris Pluksna, Ralph Rakaitis, Mikhail Grantins, Keita Spike, Marks Kononovs, and Sara Tarbo. 18 drivers. minutes plus 1 lap. 133 kart. That is your 2019 Rotax Grand Finals Micromax champion, Nikita Lyubimov. The pint-sized Nikita Lyubimov. White, yellow, blonde hair. Always very, very happy character around the paddock. Always quite keen to improve his English, which is something that not all the young drivers from around the Rotax family can be accused of. Like I said, my Latvian's not very good, which I can say labrit, which is good morning. But a lot of these young drivers, they do need to learn English if they want to make it in the big, wide, global world of motorsport. What better place to start learning your language craft as well as your racecraft than in Rotax karting. They're into the tram lines. And the green flag waves. We are off and racing. Lyubimov covers the inside line very well. Oh, behind him, 3 wide. One driver up over the curb. I think that may have been one of the Energy Course chassis. And you can see at the back of the field, one driver starting from the pit lane. And joining the race at the end of the lead group. You might be quite grateful of that, judging on what went down at turn number 1. It was for about 5th and 6th place back. Suddenly we were 3 wide as the track sort of funnels down into turn number 1 with a very wide entry. It's much like the turn 1 of the Daytona International Speedway road course. But one driver spinning up onto the curb. Everybody has continued, which is always good news, but the lead group have got a huge advantage. In fact, there's 7 drivers that are clear. Nikita Lyubimov in the number 133, Majos Masinas, Jack Collinson, Martins Dreiber, Alex Meneses, Jonas Pundis and Patrikas Josius are clear, and they're 3 seconds clear of everybody else. Looking down the order, it was the 2 drivers that lost quite a bit of time, Sara Tabo and Marks Kononovs. Marks Kononovs and Sara Tabo both losing time. I think it was Klav's hands who spun on the inside curb going through turn number 1. But as we look, Nikita Lyubimov is well clear now of the chasing pack. His advantage has grown to over a second over new second place driver on the Energy chassis, number 113 Martins Dreiber. He's in front of the number 126, that's the SM Racing machine of Alex Meneses. Majos Masinas is 4th. Collinson has slipped to 5th. Then it is Josius. Out towards turn number 11 and 12 we go. Lap number 3 about to be completed, and Lyubimov continues to stretch his advantage. He is now out of slipstream range. These drivers you're looking at on your screens now, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, they have to work together to try and peg Lyubimov back. But that will be a task easier said than done, because Lyubimov is a very experienced driver racing all over the world, the highest level, and here's the battle of a second between Dreiber, Meneses and Masinas. As we go through turn number 8, now towards turn number 9, the 4th kart in that group. Trying to close in is Patrikas Josius, as there is a move, the number 151 of Masinas on that green and white Tony Kart chassis that is run this weekend by the Rotax racing team. Masinas signalling there to Josius, a driver they know each other well from international competition as well as domestic competition. They signal to one another and say, come on, now let's work together. But Lubimov continues to edge away at the front, even though Driaby has not had any threat from behind and has been trying to work with Masinas, Meneses, Josius and Collinson. Lubimov has continued to extend his advantage up to 1.2 seconds now. 3.5 minutes remaining. The battle for second in Minimax crests the rise at turn number 9. Down towards 10, through 10, into 11. Single file. They need to be pushing each other and slipstreaming with each other down this straight. But once again, Lubimov, who casually checks over his shoulder, sees his lead grow by another 0.3 of a second to 1.5 seconds. 3 minutes to go. Despite this teamwork by drivers that aren't necessarily on the same team, as we see that break down a little bit, as that is Meneses passing Masinas. That was Josius passing Meneses for 4th position. Josius with the black bodywork and the orange crash helmet. Even though they're trying to work together, Lubimov on his own, without anyone to slipstream with or push him along, continues to extend his lead. All 18 drivers still in the race. Sarah Tabo is 18th. In 17th is my good friend, every commentator's favourite, Mark Kononovs, in 17th position. And now the battle for second has been joined not just by, well, Collinson, but by the number 141 of Pundis as well. Jonas Pundis, the art kart driver from Lithuania. Lubimov has just gone. Now this is teaching everybody a very good lesson. It's teaching them that unless they drag Nikita Lubimov into a scrap, if you give him clear track through turn number 1, it's pretty much game over. Now, as we've got 1 minute and 18 seconds to go, a look at the Minimax point standings, and of course the battle is on to see who can get the tickets to Sarno, and it is Lubimov with almost a perfect score. Masinas won the opening final at Siaulai back at the start of June. Lubimov wanting to add a second Grand Finals trophy to his already impressive collection. Is going the right way about booking his seat to Sarno. There's a brief move up the inside. Mahos Masinas having a peek at the number 113 kart of Martins Dribe. Dribe on the energy chassis holds him off. Clock is about to strike 0. Next time around, drivers will see the last lap board. Lubimov's lead now nearly 2 seconds over this battle. There goes Lubimov. Here comes second, third and fourth. Dribe, Josius, who is now ahead of Masinas. Patrikas Josius closing in on that energy course chassis, driven by number 113, Martins Dribe. Here's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Jack Collinson has the advantage at the moment in the number 191 kart although it is Jonas Pundis and Alex Meneses right behind him. However, as we start the final lap, Masinas in third now has to start defending from Josius. They go over the crest towards turn number 3. And this is just allowing Dribi to escape to what, well, not victory, but to second position as Masinas checks over his shoulder. Josius is going to get a good run out of turn number 6, up the hill ever so slightly onto the banked turn number 6 through 7, and on this fast flick into 8. Will this allow Josius to sweep the inside? He tries to go around the outside, goes for the undercut, almost has it. That's going to leave him susceptible to an attack from Collinson. And Collinson goes wide into turn number 11. Jack Collinson is going to try and get the run out of the final corner, but he can't quite do it as Nikita Lyubimov takes an impressive victory by 2.1 seconds in Minimax over Martin Strieber. Marcus Masinas holds on to P3 over Patricus Josius and Jack Collinson, although just 0.3 of a second separated Masinas, Josius and Collinson. Jonas Pundis was 6th, 7th was Alex Meneses. Everybody else never recovered from the first corner incident that delayed everybody, including Ilari Harmon, Ilya Veliko, Ilyanis Puksna, Tristan Tellis, Mikhail Brantins, and the rest. All 18 started, including Sara Tabo, who just crossing the finish line in cart number 1, 3, 4. All 18 starters made it to the end. Now, going into turn number 1, you can see the incident. There was Masinas having to get aggressive as he fought his way back up from, what was it, 7th position when all was said and done at the start. The shuffling that worked itself out, but Lyubimov just was able to clear off early, and this was the final lap with Collinson coming into play very late on. He couldn't quite make the move on Josius side by side as they crossed the line, but it was Nikita Lyubimov all the way in Minimax Race 1. Now we get set to start Junior. Adrian Tions, Tom Strella, Timothy Vladimirov and Robert Smet, the top 2 rows. Marius Kariskuskas, Maximilian Lupa, and then the rest. Looking back, there's Matej Kobakidze, the Georgia, starting in 10th position. Nathan Repczynski, the Bambini Racing, starting 16th. And a large grid of juniors, 24 in total. Set to start. A glance at the points standings at this stage of the season. Well, let's have a look. Who is fighting for what in the battle to get to Italy? In juniors, we have Toms Strella with 304 points, just 2 points clear of Franek Sulima. Sulima Franek, sorry. Then it is Adrian Tions is third with 268 points. So Sulima Franek in cart number 285. Sorry, Franek Sulima. I apologise for getting that wrong. Franek is a new driver to me. I've got one list that says Franek's his first name, and another list that says Franek is his second name. All I know is he's Polish. He drives a 285 cart from Bambini Racing and is just 2 points behind Toms Strella in the battle for the Nordic Championship. Where is he starting? The answer is only 8th, Franek Sulima. So that's 2 screens now say Franek. So I'll go here with Frank is his first name. I look for him in the 285 car. There he is, 4th row of the grid. Can he catch outside pole sitter Tom Strella? We're into the tram lines, green flag waves, we're off and racing. There's Strella, slotting into 2nd place, and I think that might have been the number 285 car running wide at turn number 1. Oh, there's several drivers. The number 212 is that is Nicholas Hurtari, who is sat on top of somebody else. There were 3 other drivers that were very slow to get away, so 4 or 5 carts all involved. Turn number 1 on the opening lap, and I wonder if that is going to see our 100% finishers ratio, which is held firm through the first 3 races. I wonder if that is going to see the end of the roll. And yes, there's more carts being delayed. I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a couple of retirees at the end of the opening lap. But up at the front, it's number 271, Adrian Tions, the pole sitter, leading by 3/4 of a second over Tom's Strella. Then Timothy Vladimirov, Robin Semet, and the number 251 of Hans Markus Narosk, Marius Karsiauskis. Marcus Karsiauskis. Karsiauskis is 6th. Then it's Kasper Kiskula, Alisko Samane. Franek Sulema is 9th. He's lost 1 place, but he is still in the race, and in the race without delay. Sadly, at the back of the field, Nicholas Huatari becomes the first retirement of the race, and indeed of the day as a whole. And a spin there going into turn number 11. We'll try and check on that driver next time around. That could have been Nathan Rybczynski in the 288 cart. No, it might have been Milan Skoneski in cart 200. And yes, same colour cart. There was a Vysokovsky Motorsport cart going for a spin, but Skoneski does continue, but a long way back. And I think that Skoneski may be coming into the pits. So, up at the front, number 271, Adrian Tions has the advantage, but only by 0.3 of a second now over Tom Strella. He is closing in. There's the battle for 3rd position. Timothy Vladimirov in that blue race suit takes the position from Robin Semet. Robin Semet in 4th position now, and Semet having to hold off Karsiauskas and Stolsamane. 235. Stolsamane. Alice Stolsamane trying to go to the outside, and doesn't work. She is ahead of then the championship contender, number 285, Franek Sulema, in cart 285. So Strella in 2nd is set to extend his 2-point advantage over Sulema in this race, if things stay as they are. Still 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, however. Stonesi, I believe, has brought his cart into the pits. No, he's just gone past me. Now, cart does sound a little bit throaty. But it's Tions now under pressure from, well, Strella just drives up to and passes Tions. Tom Strella only overtakes Tions on that lap, opens up a half-second advantage over our pole sitter. So now the pressure grows on Franek Sulima in 7th position. In kart number 285, Franek has got to start picking up places because he's now losing more points in the championship to the number 238 kart of Strala. Now it is the turn of Timothy Vladimirov to try and do something about Adrian Tions, who runs 3rd in the point standings but is a distant 3rd. It's pretty much a head-to-head scrap between Strela and between Sulima, who's now right at the back. There he is on your screen, 7th position. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think Sulima has now passed the number 273 kart of Karsiauskas. So Sulima in that white, predominantly white Bambini racing livery machine. There he is. He's got about 10 kart lengths to make up and 3 minutes in which to do it before he can start thinking about passing the next driver on his hit list. That would be Alice Stolsamane. Alice Stolsamane running just behind Robin Semet. They'll try and keep a gap, keep an eye on the gap between 5th position, number 235, Alice Stolsamane, who is now making her move on the number 263, Robin Semet. That will work in Sulima's favour because they will slow each other down. He will close in a bit. So Alice Stolsamane is now up to P4. Here comes Semet though, in the number 263, back at her. But she says, no, 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 not today. That brings Sulima within 7/10 of a second of this battle. Still, Tom Strela leads with 2 minutes to go by 4/10 of a second. Make that nearly half a second now over Adrian Tions and Timothy Vladimirov. Here on your screen is the battle for 4th and 5th position. The 235, that Sodi kart chassis of Alice Stolsamane, holding off the number 263, the Talvar Racing entry of Estonia's Robin Semet. And still, all the while, Franek Sulima, Polish driver from Bambini Racing, edges toward them. But he's only got a minute and a half left, running out of time. What would help Sulima is if Adrian Tions would close back in on the rear bumper of Strela, which he is doing, and draw Strela into an attack, into a fight, which he hopes to do. Now, at the side of the circuit, we saw the sadly abandoned machine of Milan Skwench. It's not Milan's kart, it's Marco Plinter's kart at the side of the circuit. So Plinter becomes the second retirement of the race. 45 seconds to go. You can see that Sulima's progress up towards Semet has stalled out a little bit, although Tions is really putting the pressure on now as Vladimirov defends 3rd position from Stolsamane. Semet being caught again by Sulima, and Stolsamane really trying to work over the rear bumper of Vladimirov's kart. 15 seconds to go. We flick into turn number 7. And now Sulima catches that orange and black machine of Estonia's Robin Semet. Can Sulima now pick up a couple of points over Strela, who is having to defend the race lead? There will be 1 lap to go. Next time by, they get the 1 lap to go ball. Strela defends into turn number 1. Sulima still in 6th position, trying to work past Semet. Looking at the battle for the lead and the battle for 5th position. There is Sulima. At the moment, he's going to lose a bunch of points in the championship to the driver leading the race, Tom Strela. Strela's path to victory is by no means secure because Tions is right there as well. Still Suleiman looks for a move to the inside at turn number 9. He passes Samet going in. Samet tries the cut back, but it can't work. And there's Vladimirov and Stolsamane battling for third position. So Suleiman does gain 1 place on the final lap. But Tom Strella holds on to the race lead by 1600ths of a second over Adrianus Timons, with Timothy Vladimirov and Alice Stolsamane next. And I have to say, Strella will be breathing a sigh of relief there, because Tions was coming back strongly as that race progressed, and have had the stronger cart there at the end, but Strella had that all-important track position. So, last lap, Mate Kobakidze passed Robin Senna for 7th position. Further down the order, sadly you can see retirement here for Marco Plinter and Nicholas Huratari. Senna 7th, Hans Markus Naros, Nico Lindholm and Aloysius Tkavicius round out your top 10. Let's look back at some of the Minimax battling from earlier on. So here's Nikita Lubinov winning the Minimax heat race. Here's the start of the juniors, and that was the number 200 kart of Milan Skoneji, the Vysokovsky Motorsport entry spinning around. He did actually finish the race down in 23rd position. But Strella catching, passing, pulling away from, then coming under pressure by Adrian's Tions in that race. So we will see what comes out next. There has been a slight adjustment to the published timetable owing to the large numbers of senior drivers. The senior drivers have to be split into 3 groups, and of course then because you can't have drivers racing 2 races back to back, that's not fair with the timetabling, to shuffle the race order around to ensure that every senior driver will have plenty of time in between each race, no matter if they're in Group A, B or C, to correctly prepare. So we'll be back very shortly here at the 333 Baltic Circuit and the final round of the 2024 Rotax Nordic Challenge. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 333 Baltic Circuit, just outside of Latvia's capital city of Riga, and the third and final round of the 2024 Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. 6 tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno in Italy are available today in all classes. You can see the forecast is cloudy. The threat of rain has not completely gone away, but it has abated slightly for the time being. It is still hot and humid. To coin an English phrase, it's a little bit muggy. Not much wind about, so it's the type of day where you go out and your clothes just stick to you. But the action on track so far has been pretty good indeed. You can see some of the family members, friends and spectators sunning themselves out on the banking of what is a very impressive multi-purpose venue. There is an oval track, which I'm not quite sure if it's used for legend cars racing or if it's just, it's an outside oval. It looks very tempting to me. Obviously the main kart circuit, which uses portions of the oval, as well as an infield and outfield section. In fact, looking at it now, it's taken its design. The infield section, the first half is almost exclusively the, if you can imagine, the Daytona International Speedway infield course. Then you have this out towards the banking. Then you have it reminds you a little bit of the old road course at Brainerd in New Hampshire, which goes sort of outside the oval, up over a brow, and then back in. And then the last complex, that's from the Homestead Miami Speedway infield road course. So they've taken inspiration from three well-known North American sort of rovals, they're now called, road course / ovals, and put them into practice here in Latvia. This is a no limits broadcast of the third and final round of the Nordic Challenge. My name's Henry Baudet. I'm the official speaker for Rotax, and it's my pleasure, honour and privilege to be able to travel the world and bring you Rotax racing across the globe as today 128 of the tens of thousands of Rotax racers around the world continue on their quest for a ticket to the grand finals. Now, if you are new to the concept of Rotax racing, this is how globally it works. Every driver will compete in their national championship, their regional championship, or some international continental championships. This is the Nordic Challenge, and it combines rounds of the Estonian and Lithuanian Challenge. Tickets for the champions across the world are up for grabs to the Rotax Grand Finals, a once-a-year event where the best 400 drivers from across the world, champions, race on equal equipment, equal power provided by Rotax. They don't race for their teams, their chassis manufacturers. No, they race for their countries. It's like the mini... yes, it's... you know that games that was in Paris just last week? It's like that, but in karting. Here we go. Here are the oldest members of the Rotax family, the DD2 Masters, drivers aged 31 and over in the two-speed Rotax karts. You will have on pole position Martin Rollis and Pirit Sai, then Miklas Masinas and Halsgar Kaklis on row 2. Then you have Martin Silt, Pirit Sai and Miklas Masinas, row 1. Halsgar Kaklis and Martin Silt, row 2. Ivo Paella and Juris Zalitis are on row 3. Ricards Kalsiems and Marcus Mikkel Kaljusta on row 4. Ivars Us and Eke Nurm on row 5. Willem Pomerantz and Argo Tam are on row 6. Marcus Kingu and Martins Rollis are on row number 7. This will be a 9 minutes plus 1 lap race. And yes, there is a ticket available in DD2 Masters for this championship at the moment. It is Pirit Sai, very experienced competitor, the Estonian. There he is, who has competed in several grand finals before. He leads on 323 points over Ricard's Conscience, who has 281 points. So Piritsai certainly in pole position, literally and figuratively, in terms of the battle to get to Sarno. Sai in that yellow and purple machine, entered by AGS Racing. They come through the turn 4 area of the oval here at 333 circuit. It will go in to the tram lines, and then we'll be underway. 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Sai on the left, Massinas, Sai on the right, Massinas on the left, and it's a false start. False start. Here's the number 577, the red and white Birol Art Baltics entry, this is the Rotax Racing entry of Nicolas Massinas. Harolds Garkaklis, Birol Art Baltics Supremo and driver will start third, although it's Garkaklis' protege and team driver Ricard's Conscience, who is Piritsai's closest championship rival. Now I wonder if this entry from Garkaklis is somewhat tactical, when Harold has raced in many grand finals over the years, but I haven't seen him, now predominantly runs the team. Here he's in third position. Well, trying to play a spoiler, maybe even trying to steal a ticket somewhere to Sarno himself. I remember him racing back in 2016 at Sarno. Here we go then. Green flag drops, we're off and racing. Piritsai gets a good start. Garkaklis slots into second. Massinas through in third position. The whole field cleanly out of turn number 1. Over the crest. Through turn 4. That's a flick. And now into turn 5. Out onto the oval once again. Back inside. Up and over the top now. Sai leads the number 508. Harold's Garkaklis. Garkaklis looks to the inside, can't quite make the move stick. Behind him, side by side, that is the number 513 cart of Willem Pomerantz, the Team O entry. Very smart. It's red, white and black. It looks like it's thunder and lightning on that cart where the graphics kit is worked. The graphic kit works. Sai, however, has his hands full with Harold's Garkaklis. Looking back for Harold's teammate, 509, Ricard's Conscience. And the answer is Conscience is fourth. Fourth place. That red and white Birol ART race suit. So he is doing his best to catch the lead group. Garkaklis, well, smart drive from Harold's Garkaklis. He is not, harassing Piritsai and, drawing Pirit into an unnecessary battle, but he is forcing Pirit to err on the side of caution, which in turn just costs Pirit a tenth or two and prevents him from pulling away. So Garkaklis now makes his move over the crest. It's a good, clean move into turn number 3. Garkaklis has the advantage. Sai second. Now, Conscience is there in fourth position, just behind Nicolas Massinas. You can see that Garkaklis is certainly not slowing down and trying to back Piritsai into the rest of the field. In fact, I'm just going to see Harold's Does he feature in the points at all? And the answer is no, he doesn't. So yeah, this is strictly a one-off drive for the team boss, trying to, increase the level of competition. The more carts are on the circuit, the more potential points Piritsai can drop. At the moment, Piritsai will actually be gaining a little bit in the championship on Ricard's Kalnsiems, who is one cart, 2 places behind. 519 cart. There he is now. Firstly, you've got to try and get past number 577, Nicolas Massinas. Yes, it's another Birrell ART cart run by a different team though. Massinas run by the Ortex Racing team. Algar Kaklis checks over his shoulder. He's just in cruise control. He's not having any influence over this battle at all. He caught Piritsai, passed him, and is now pulling away. And there is another move. Oh, that was a big move from Massinas, and he almost forced Piritsai a bit wide. Now, these are the 2 championship contenders, the 519, the 509. This is where the ticket to Sano will be decided. Firstly, Kalnsiems has to get past Piritsai, who in turn is trying to get back at Nicolas Massinas. Silence to the inside again. No dice. Through turn 11. Round turn 12. Kaklis continues to pull away. Regards Kalnsiems pass Piritsai and claw back a couple of valuable championship points. He's got plenty of time, 4 minutes plus a lap. And of course, in front of them is Nicolas Massinas. Again, not a key championship player. Just looking at the points to see where Nicolas Massinas is. And the answer to my question is he is 3rd in points, but 70 odd markers behind Piritsai. So Piritsai, 323 points coming into this race. Ricard's Kalnsiems, 281 points. So Sai can, if Sai just finishes behind Kalnsiems, every race that's fine. And now Kalnsiems is in front of Piritsai, and Piritsai, well, he didn't let him have it, he didn't give him a free pass, but he knows that there's no point getting involved in a collision or anything that could draw the ire of the stewards. So, this is smart driving Piritsai. Kaklis continues to lead Massinas by 1.6 seconds. Here's now the battle for 3rd. Kalnsiems and Sai. The good news for Piritsai is that 5th place driver, Yuris Zalitis, is 3 seconds behind. So even if the pace that Sai has to run to sit behind Kalnsiems is not Sai's optimal pace, he's under no threat from behind yet. 2 minutes to go. Zalitis and then Ivars Us rounds out your top 6. Number 513 Willem Pomerantz is 7th, following Martins Rollis, Ike Nurm, Ivo Paerla, Marcus Mikkel Kanjuste, Martin Sild and Marcus Kingu are next up. Sadly, Argo Tam did not take the start. He did take the start, but retired in the very early going. No change at the front as we watch Piritsai sit behind Carl Siems, and it is very frustrating as a racing driver to have to just sit behind somebody knowing you could make a move, but knowing that it's stupid, that the best thing to do is just sit and go against the very core of your being, which is to race. But Piritsai knows that a bigger prize is at stake. And the last thing he needs is to go for a move, clatter at the inside of Carl Siems, take both drivers out, take himself out, or even worse, take Carl Siems out, carry on, and get a big penalty at the end of the race. It could cost him a lot more points than he's going to lose if he just sits behind Carl Siems. Seconds left on the race clock. Piritsai is turn number 7. Looking cool and calm and collected. He needs to. He's an experienced driver. And that's Jussi Laaksonen. Good to have Turbo watching. Hopefully Turbo will be back at the grand finals. How long is the circuit? Can't answer that, sorry, Roger Young. I will find out though. And Patrikas Josjos getting plenty of support online as well. Please keep your chat coming in, and when I can, I will get as many mentions out there as I can. This is the final lap of the opening DD2 Masters racing in qualifying final 1, and they've got final 2 and the super final to go. It's going to go the way of the returning Haralds Garkaklis from Mikolas Masinas. Who's going to finish it? Here comes Piritsai. Oh, he doesn't need to do that, but he has a little go, and doesn't press the issue too hard. And Piritsai settles the 4th position behind his nearest title rival, Ricards Kansiems. But it's a returning win for Haralds Garkaklis and the Birol Art Baltics team. So there's a look at the results. Garkaklis, Masinas, Kansiems, Sai, Zalitis, Us, Pomerantz, Rolles, Nurm, and Payel in top 10. Kanuste, Sil, Kingu, and Tam. The rest of the order. Argo Tam retiring in the early stages of that race. And it's still advantage to Estonia's Piritsai in the championship situation. Now, we had a false start in this one, but when the flag did go down, Piritsai initially led. Garkaklis closed him down, went for the move. After a little while longer, Mikolas Masinas also made the move at the same spot, and then it was a battle at the third between the 2 title rivals, and Ricards Kansiems emerges on top, but Piritsai holds on to his point lead. There are 2 races to go in this, the first round of finals. They will have the second of our senior Rotax races up next, and then it'll be DD2 before we move in to the second round of races. In Latvia, they're known as Finals 2. Then there'll be a break for lunch. And, oh, no, there'll be a break for lunch at the end of this round of races. And then we'll have Finals 2 and the Super Finals. The Super Finals worth 1.5 times the championship points. It's 50 championship points for a heat win and 75 championship points for a super final win. Now, speaking of Latvian drivers that have had a great deal of success, I can see the black t-shirt, just chatting to the gentleman in the Lithuania t-shirt. That's Henrys Gruber. In the black t-shirt, jean shorts. Henrys was the 2020 Rotax International trophy winner. Obviously here with his better half. And hopefully we'll see Henry's back in a kart soon. I'm not quite sure what Henry's is up to this year. I shall find out. But you can see behind you, the 30-second board goes out. And engines are starting. This should be group. It should be DD2. Nope. Oh, this is DD2. So this is DD2, and it's Edgars Vilkans, Emil Akmans, Thomas Rudikas, and Martins Janovskis on the front 2 rows of the grid. Maxim Shurko and Martinas Tankevicius are on row 3. Thomas Burstins, Patrick Lockmelis on row 4. Reigning Grand Finals DD2 champion Ragnar Virus starts on row number 5 alongside Elmars Mikkelsons with Kirst Zieders, Simas Tankevicius, Alexander Horodinsky, Naurus Danebergs, Devin Sagadi, Andrius Zikevicius, Patrick Oimets, Andreas Upkaup, and then Ricards Vekvagaras. Ricards Vekvagaras. These are the ultimate members of the Rotax family. The same DD2 engine and drivetrain that the Masters use, but less. They carry a lighter weight limit, which means they go faster. These are the drivers aged between 15 and 30. And when you realise, well, now you see, some of you may be watching sort of this for the first time back in the UK, and get to the grand finals, the Eastern European nations are traditionally very, very strong in the DD2 cut classes, and you see 20 plus drivers on the northern grid, so it's regional grid, and you see why they are so strong. Harris being a top contender, Virus, a winner. Looking at the names that I recognise, Maxim Shurko, Tankevicius, Rudikas. In fact, over half these drivers have qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals at some point or other. A very, very talented grid indeed. This is going to be fast and spectacular. Edgars Vilkans on that Sodi kart chassis. The left of your screen, now on the right hand side of your screen, brings the field to the line. Green flag drops. We are off and racing into turn number 1. It's Sodi versus Birrell at the front with the number 422 kart of the MRG racing team in P2. And that is Martins Janovskis making a move. But up at the front, it's Vilkans hanging on to top spot. Emils Akmens runs in third. The first of what looks to be a whole phalanx of Birrell ART chassis. But it is the Sodi kart of Edgars Vilkans. The Aldis Vilkans entered driver, pendant run machine. Look at that, there's a whole gaggle of red and white. Be it the red graphics, be it because they're on Birrells, because the teams run red and white. It's here's the number 471 kart of Edgars Vilkans, who was, now hang on a second, no, that was me getting my, has there been, Edgars Vilkans was, it's the 477. That is Elmars Mikkelsons for MRG Racing. I do apologise. I was getting confused here. The MRG Racing graphics kit is almost reflective and chrome red livery. Red and chrome in there as well. There is the 477, and that 7 looks like a 1, so you'll forgive my ancient eyes. So in fact, that's Thomas Burstin's. It's the 411. Of course it is. Yes. I was getting confused. Anyway, it's Burstin's. You're looking at there. Great camera work by the Low Limits crew to help the decrepit commentator's eyesight. But out on the circuit, Vilkans continues to lead by just 0.2 of a second over the number 422, another of the MRG racing cars, Martins Janowskis, crawling all over the rear bumper of the race leader, going into turn number 9, forcing Vilkans to defend. Then it's the red and white Birrell ART at number 426, Thomas Rudikas, the Leninia Legtinu entered driver. Leninia Legtinu entered drivers. There's 4 Leninia Legtinu entered drivers in this class. Zinkevicius, Rudikas, Tankavicius and Sherko. Zinkevicius. But that's for the time. Here is your 3-kart lead battle through turn 7 into turn number 8. Now up over the crest at turn number 9. Behind these 3, we have Martinus Tankevicius. Here he goes, and he has got a whole host of company sitting on his rear bumper. 2, 4, 5 karts sitting behind Tankavicius, all the way down to, let me have a little look, down to Emils Akmens in 9th position. 421 is next, and we've got we've got Simas Tankevicius, the drivers development and the drivers in kart number 421. He's 10th. He's the second of the Tankevicius. Is Martinus Tankavicius is there in kart number 433. No change at the front. In fact, there's Vilkans. Looks like he is a little bit more comfortable up at the front on this lap as we head through turn number 12. Now that long left into the right flick out onto the vast and gaping start-finish straight. Through turn number 1 we go as the track funnels down to a more normal kart circuit width over this little crest and down. Oh, there's a move back in the pack. The 454, is it? No, that's the, yes, that's Emils Akmens. Make your move up into 7th position at the expense of Ragnar Veros. Hardly mentioned the reigning DD2 champion of the grand finals, Ragnar Veros. Having a very quiet day so far. Move for 2nd position. That is Thomas Rudikas. The Birrell picking up P2 over that MRG Racing number 422 of Martin Janowskis. It allows the number 471 of Edgar's Vilkans to pull away just a little bit. Number 422 Martinus Tankavicius. Tankevicius is 4th, Locomelis, Burstins, Akmens, Virus, Sherko, and then the second Tankevicius is following Zidhus, Sinkevicius, Dainberg, Mikkelsen, Sagadi, Upkalp, Horodinsky, Oimets, and Vek Vargas. Linus Vek Vargas is the only retirement, sadly, from the race in kart 455 as Vilkans' lead now extends to over 3/4 of a second. 4 minutes to go. Rudikas, Janowskis. They continue to give chase. There is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Martinas Tankevicius, Patrick Lockmelis, and then the number 411 of Thomas Burstins. They are all now falling away from these lead trio. And although Vilkans hasn't been able to extend his advantage to more than a second, this is about as big as we have seen in terms of his lead. Across the start-finish straight they go to complete another lap. The seniors lining up in the background. They will bring a conclusion to this first round of heat racing. We are running a little bit behind schedule here owing to an earlier delay as we sorted out this extremely large senior grid of 39 entries that we've got. Has changes down the order. But looking at the points standings in this category, up the DD2 Nordic points table, it is Ragnar Vierus who leads on 326 points. Emils Akmens only has 302, and Maxim Shurko has 288. So Akmens down in 7th, Shurko down in 9th, well, Ragnar Vierus in 8th. So all three leaders in the championship are struggling. Vilkans is quite a way down the order. In fact, he's 90 points off the lead, so I very much doubt he can overturn that, no matter how badly his rivals do, because he'll still have a competitive speed, if not a race-winning speed. As you can see, Vilkans looking over his shoulder, just over a minute remaining, and still maintains that 7/10, 8/10 of a second advantage. Ragnar Vierus, championship leader, still only 8th, running one place behind his nearest rival, Emil Akmens, and running one place in front of his next rival, Maxim Shurko. So all going somewhat to plan for Ragnar Vierus, even though I'm sure that the plan was to be a lot quicker outright than he is. All he needs to do is be there or thereabouts with his two closest title rivals, and the ticket to Sarno is his. Of course, you don't automatically qualify for the grand finals just because you are a reigning class champion. You have to earn your ticket every single year. Turn number 1 through turn 2. 4th position, Patrick Lockmelis, closing in on his teammate, Martins Janovskis. So the two MRG racing drivers getting a little bit closer, just a little bit closer to Thomas Rudicus in the fight for second. This is the penultimate lap. And we'll say that the skies darken considerably and a breeze begins to pick up. Is that a portent of precipitation on its way? Well, the DD2 start their last lap of final 1 with Vilkans now just half a second clear of Rudicus. Janovskis and Lockmelis run 3rd and 4th. Then a gap back to Martinas Tankevicius, followed by Burstins and Akmens. Then a bigger gap back to Vierus and Shurko. And the number 421 of Simas Tankevicius. Then Zeders, Daneberg, Sagani, Oimets, Zinkevicius, Mikkelsons, Olinsky and Upkaup, the last driver still running. 13 seconds separating all 18 drivers still running, and with the rain now seemingly closer than ever before, Edgars Vilkans takes the checkered flag and the win in the opening DD2 race of the day. Thomas Rudikas, less than half a second back in second position. Then Martin Janowskis in third spot. Janowskis results. So yes, Janowskis third, Melis fourth, Martinis Tankevicius is fifth, Thomas Burstins, Emil Ackmans, Ragnar Vieras, Maxim Sherko and Simas Tankevicius round out your top 10. And 18 out of the 19 starters did make it to the end as the DD2s come back into Parc Ferme. We can now look to the last race in the first round of finals. It's the second senior group coming up very shortly, and have to say there are one or two officials with hoods up down on the grid. Now, if I were a betting man, well, that's a problem. The problem is I am a betting man. I would say that a heavy but short rain shower is what is forecast. Looking at the colour of the clouds overhead and the fact that it's there's bright skies behind them, which is creating a very sort of eerie early evening feel about the skies, even though it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Latvia. It's if you were sitting at home in your living room, you'd be turning the light on because those clouds are very dark, but there is bright sky directly behind them. Now, this is Senior Group A versus Group C going out very shortly. They'll be on slick tyres. But everyone is very, very nervously looking up at the skies. A summer squall could be in the air. Not being too familiar with this part of the world, I can't side if, well, I think I think my presumption has been corrected. It is raining here in Latvia, and this could cause a problem. Drivers sat on the grid on slick tyres, but as you can see, the heavens have opened.
Бля, жестко лысь, пизда. Сука. Nu vadiem nekam nevajadzētu nolikt, vai ne? Jau. Žopa gāž vienkārši. Oi.
Welcome back to the 333 Baltic Circuit just outside Riga in Latvia. And as you can see, there is a frantic amount of work going on down at the dummy grid as drivers and their mechanics put wet tyres on. The expected rain arrived very quickly and very heavily. It's now stopped just as quickly, well, virtually stopped just as quickly as it arrived. However, this next race, which will be Senior Rotax Group A and Group C, pretty much all the drivers will be on wet tyres. In fact, let me see. Can I send a spy down onto the circuit? Well, what I might do, ladies and gentlemen, while in the live chat on the No Limits Rotax Max Latvia YouTube page, you tell me, I've never been here before, but if you have, you tell me, would you be out on, it's just stopped raining, so it looks like it's raining on the screen. It is still spitting with rain, yes. Would you be gambling on slick tyres, yes or no? I'll have a quick look to see if anyone is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for that brief and unplanned little delay, but I can now confirm every driver down on the circuit is on wet Mojo rubber. So for this race and this race only, well, so far for this race only, we'll have everybody on wet tyres. And of course, this is the second and final race of the morning session for some drivers, for drivers in Group A. The drivers in Group B and Group C, they will be on track again later on. So this is final one. We have finals 2 later, and the super finals, the traditional, what you usually call in Europe, the final. In the point standings, Miska Kastigan and Gustav Usakov, we saw them both earlier on. Kastigan now has a 101 point advantage, so really all he's got to do is not get excluded or get any sort of penalty, just cruise round, and the title and the tickets to Sarno is pretty much his. And just checking on Speed Hive, which is where you can get the timing and scoring. Well, Kaskinen not in this race. Neither is... There is a Kaskinen in this race, but it's Milo Kaskinen, not Miska Kaskinen. Archom's Sestakov's the winner of the earlier race. We'll start from pole position in cart number 357. You can see that black and red cart on the right-hand side of your screen. Roman's Rodionov's Rodionovs on kart 362, left-hand side of your screen. One of a number of drivers for the MRG racing team. I'm just having a look. Yes, MRG racing, Rodionovs, on the left-hand side of your screen. Aaron Kivilo will start on the inside of row number 2 alongside Dovjes Gudelevicius in car number 331. Linus Volongevicius is 5th on the grid. Cairo Kivi, who had an engine problem in practice this morning, went out for qualifying. A very experienced Estonian, Cairo Kivi. He will start 6th. Now the drivers are settled. Certainly, you wouldn't want to say the rain has completely finished because we are still surrounded in this very large forest clearing. Surrounded by, you can see those large trees with the very high canopy. There it is. So we are quite literally in a very large clearing. This is a multi-purpose venue. To the left of the camera screen, there's a water park with one of these very, very large sort of inflatable obstacle courses that you can do. Now, I'm imagining there's some sort of off-roading, that large mountainous area there behind, with it's got some, some motocross tracks and some off-roading tracks. You've got 2 kart circuits. The rental kart circuit is behind, to the back of the camera shot, behind the white building there. This, though, is the main circuit, and it's Artyom Sestakov's and Rodionovs on the front row of the grid. This will be a packed grid of 26 drivers. You can see this is the Nordic Challenge, so Northern European, so you've got drivers from all over the Baltic region as well as from Finland in this race, and of course a couple of drivers from the UK as well. But this is Group A, their second and final race before the finals. Catch me in Group C, who are now Group C will be sitting quite pretty here because if it dries out, they will be racing on much newer tyres than the drivers that went out in Group B earlier on. So Group A have had 1 race on slick tyres, and then this will be their second race on wet tyres. Group B have had 1 race on slick tyres, and Group C have had 1 race on wet tyres. It's going to be a bit of a tricky job to get all 26 drivers in this race safely tucked into their correct starting positions. I will have a brief check back on the... Let's have a look on the live chat. Wet tyres, yes. Drift challenge. What's the difference between karting and kayaking? Google going to explain. Well, there's something. One's in the Rio Olympics and one isn't. How's that? When will this start? Well, it's starting now, Andre SS. Here we go. Into the tram lines. Big thank you to all for watching. Very strong viewing figures here on the No Limits coverage. Driver signalling there. Watch for Axel Sarniala in 13th position, the 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion, in the closest finish in Rotax history. That wasn't Sarno, the last time that we were there for the Grand Finals. Into the Turn 4 oval area. Now the tram lines, they look at the green flag. Green flag does not go down. And they will go around again. Artyom Sestakovs, Romans Rodionovs, Aaron Kivilo, Dovydas Gudalevicius and Linus Volongevicius. Sorry, Cairo Kiwi. I have to get this right. My Lithuanian pronunciations. Is it is it Levicius? Kevicius? Levicius? I will get it right. Repeatedly told the Lithuanian accent, I think it is Kevicius. So I'll stick with Kevicius. South Walian twang, not always best suited to the Slavic languages of Eastern Europe, I have to say. But it's Artjoms leading Romans, leading Aaron and Dovidas. Now, for the second time at Arston, on a very wet track, but with no extra rain falling, how long does this 333 circuit take to dry up when the rain stops? We're going to find out as the green flag waves. We are off and racing. Somebody in the middle of the pack sends the start line cone scuttling to the outer reaches of this venue. Everybody on a spin in the middle of the pack, and he gets T-boned, and drivers trying to avoid the issue there. Couldn't quite see who that was, but it was about 7th or 8th place on back. It was the number 3-2-1 cart of Joel Casper Yoyapere, the driver that was spun around. I couldn't see who it was that clipped that driver. Possibly the driver pulling his cart to the side of the circuit at the exit of that camera shot. But as they came through turn number 2, it was Yoipera who started 10th, spinning in the middle of the track, and then one of the drivers directly behind him just had nowhere to go and pile drived into the... Oh, and a spin for Aaron Kivilo. It's very, very treacherous out there. I think the rain may have started falling again. So, Kivilo getting caught out there as well. Now, at the end of lap number 1, number 3-3-1, Dovidas Gudalevicius. Dovidas Gudalevicius leads by 0.8 of a second from Lado Kukhianadze, the Georgian driver, up a lot of places, I think from 8th to the grid. Poles into Artjom Sestakovs, down in 3rd. Then it's second place starter, Romans Rodionovs, followed by Oliver Kerg, Axel Sanyala, up to 6th already in cart 3-3-2. Try and watch that. There's the number 359 cart going through. That would be Matthias Oyapold behind Cairo Kiwi. Further down the order, it was Hannah Grete Suvemar, who was the driver that went into Joel Kasper Jopere on the opening lap. They have both retired. Aaron Kivilo, after his spin, is down in 24th. Milo Kaskinen also lost a lot of ground in that early race skirmish. As we're 3 wide across the line, that is for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. There's the 337 cart, Paul Hamburg making a couple of positions. Sanyala in cart 332 getting sideways, and we've got several carts off there. Aaron Kivilo has also stopped, so that spin for Kivilo may have been not quite just driver error. There may have been something going wrong with that cart, and of course, every time you have a late decision to change onto wet tyres, not every wheel nut gets done up as tightly as maybe it should under normal conditions. And maybe that's what happened to Kivilo. There is Sanyala in the number 332 cart, losing a spot, but then repassing the number 337 of Paul Hamburg. Was that Paul Hamburg? I think. Let's have a little look. It was the number 362 of Rodionovs, who then goes for a spin. And Rodionovs, I think that was Rodionovs getting caught out there. Let's have a look. It's the 332. Yes, it was Rodionovs indeed. Oh, it's very, very, very treacherous out there on the circuit. You can see the drivers scrambling for grip. And there is the 337 of Hamburg now battling with Oliver Kerg. Kairo Kivi is also in this group. Oh, and Hamburg, there's the 356 of Kivi. Very experienced, they're hunching over. Has to loses out on the run out to turn number 6. The 359, Matthias Oyapold, gaining a position. And I'm looking down to see how many drivers we've lost from this race. It is, just the 3 still. Roman Rodionov's now down in 23rd position behind Edgis Elksnis. Elksnis in 22nd. Milo Kaskel in 21st. Marta Spica is 20th. Armin Raban is 19th. Lautaro Joffre is 18th. Daniels Peteris Berzins is 17th. Linus Volungivicius is 16th. Noyos Gerolaitis is 15th. Kaur Krajnik is 14th. Kyle Kriston Turku is 13th. Sonja Grönlund is up to 12th, with Jimmy Kukalainen 11th. Santeri Leitonen is 10th. Axel Sanyala is 9th. Sebastian Adari is 8th. Then Oyapold, followed by Oyapold 7th. Kiwi in 6th. Hamburg, we're watching on screen there, in 5th. 4th is Kerg with that blue and white Estonia race suit on. And Sestakovs runs second. Oh, and there's a spin. Hamburg up the inside into turn number 9, loops it, and was lucky not to collect another driver or two. He will continue well down the order. And all this means is that Dovydas Gudravicius and Lado Kukinadze are pulling well clear. They're 5 seconds up the road ahead of this battle. For 3rd, for 4th, for 5th, a little bit further back. 3 wide into turn number 1. That's Kairo Kivi trying to pass Kerg and trying to pass Sestakovs, and he does. Kivi up into P3, but 7 seconds behind the race leader, who is in turn 3 seconds in front of second place, Ledo Kukinadze. Out of turn number 6, into the dog leg at turn number 7 we go. 2 minutes remaining. They flick right. Now up to the heavy braking zone at turn number 8. Turn number 9 rather. That's where Paul Hamburg lost it last time around. Now on to the back straight. Lots of dicing. Hamburg in that orange, black and white car, trying to close in and regain some of the positions that he lost. He's down in 12th position, make that 11th because he's just gone past Sonja Grönlund, and it's Jimmy Kokalainen who is the next driver in his sights as he tries to get there. Rodionovs still down out of the top 20, but with 90 seconds to go, Dovydas Gudavicius with a 3.3 second lead over Ledo Kukinadze. Side by side further back, there's number 311 car, Sebastian Adare, the AGS racing driver, battling side by side with Oliver Kerg. AGS racing team, no, not the French Formula One team of the mid-late 80s and early 90s, although they still do exist in France with a number of their old Formula One cars available that you can go and drive. That's a heck of a birthday present. But this is the AGS, the Estonian karting team. Oh no, it's gone wrong again for Paul Hamburg. He does not like this weather conditions. He's been up and down like a yo-yo, and on a very, very greasy track surface indeed. That will take Hamburg out of the top 20, I am sure. still only have the 3 retirements, I've got to say, which is, you know, impressive. Hamburg, though, now, he's, well, 22nd out of the 23 carts still running. The 26 who started this race. Vinicius is 4 seconds in front of Kukinadze. And then Kiwi, 6.6 seconds behind the leader. And Kiwi here on camera, holding off the number 311, the very well-driven AGS machine of Sebastian Adare. This is now the start of the last lap. The 331 cart. Dovydas Gudlevicius goes through clear and away of any form of distraction. All he has to do is just focus on getting that wagon home. Kukinadze is second. Then this battle for third between, well, it's no longer a battle for third. Sebastian Adari has passed and pulled away from Cairo Kiwi. He'll be hoping the rain stays. There is, Adari behind Kiwi. Now that is, I have to say that Lado Kukinadze has dropped back a little bit. I thought it's actually Kukinadze also driving for AGS Racing, the Georgian driver, who has fallen back quite quickly into the clutches of Cairo Kiwi. But up at the front, there is no denying it's the cosmic cart of Dovydas Gudlevicius. The MG Motorsport entry takes the win. Georgia's Lado Kukinadze celebrates second from Cairo Kiwi. Sebastian Adaria, fantastic fourth. Oliver Kerg is fifth. And a great drive from Matthias Oyapold, with Axel Sanyala seventh. Behind Sanyala, Jimmy Koikelainen, Sonja Groenlund in ninth, and Santeri Leitonen rounding out your top 10. So, the leading Latvian driver home on home soil was Artyom Sestnikov's, our pole sitter, who fell back to 13th position. As 23 drivers finishing. Paul Hamburg eventually gets back up into 19th position, but it was not a race that he will look back fondly upon, as Dovydas Gudlevicius takes the race win. And the rain has stopped, the skies are brightening, and there is that first lap incident which saw a spin. Now that was the end of, well, that wasn't the end of Kivilo's race, but he did retire shortly there afterwards. Lots of good battling back in the pack, and that was Rodionov's over his spin. Now 337 to Paul Hamburg. I think this was his first spin there, just getting it crossed up under braking. Then he fought back, almost got back into the top 10 before yet another spin dropped into 22nd, and he eventually finished 19th, but it was Vinicius winning with ease. So that concludes the first round of finals. We are running slightly behind schedule, but there will be a short break now to allow the circuit staff a chance to have some lunch. And we will be back very shortly with the second round of finals and then the super finals themselves as we conclude the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Nordic Challenge from 333 Baltic Circuit in Riga, Latvia. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 333 circuit just outside Riga in Latvia as we start Finals 2, or Heats 2, as we would probably usually refer to them as. And this is Micromax. Now, Jokubas Vaskelis in cart number 24. Starting from pole position, won the opening race. Emilis Juodzaitis, Oskaris Pitkovacs and Carlos Berntsons are the next drivers on the grid. A reminder, this is now the penultimate race, the last but one race in the Nordic Challenge this year to score points. In the championship, the winner of the championship gets the ticket to the grand finals at Sarno. Vaskelis, with his nearest rival in points, Theo Steindal, not here this weekend, has got a commanding advantage over Emilius Juodzaitis. So Jokubas Vaskelis, they're on wet tyres. The rain shower that we saw two races, or one race before the end of the first round of finals, has subsided. The skies, as you can possibly tell by our No Limits cameras, sorry, this is a No Limits broadcast on the Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel. The skies are brightening. All these micro drivers are on wet tyres. It will cause a headache for the mechanics, for drivers in the subsequent few races, I am sure, because you can see a dry patch emerging at turn 6. That dry patch will only extend more and more around this lap as the sun shines. You can see the glare coming up off the tarmac, the glistening of the moisture on the tarmac, the glare of the sun, which now replaces the grey skies overhead in this large multi-purpose forest clearing here in Central Europe. It's a warm, sticky day. The rain has offered little respite from the humidity. The action on the track, 11 Micromax drivers come out of the turn 4 of the oval into the tram lines. The green flag drops. We're off and racing into turn number 1, and apparently, oh, what a great move up the middle of the 2 front row starters by Emilius Iozatis, who then runs a bit wide and loses what was initially first place. And has he got it back? Yes, he has got it back. Going into turn number 3 over the crest. They now flick left and right through the turn 4 flick onto the infield straight, and the leader has run wide over the curb onto the grass and loses a couple of positions. Mud now strewn across the yellow and green side pods of Iozatis' cart, and into the lead, side by side for the lead, in fact, is Oskaras Pitkovas in the number 48 cart, and our pole sitter, Jokubas Vaskelis, who dropped a few places at the start and is now fighting back, although as they come into turn number 11, he's under pressure from a wonderful number 98 cart. Great first lap from Elis Mankonen. Mankonen has third position. He looks to the inside as they head onto the very wide front straight and into turn number 1. The track funnels down a dry line on the inside of the left-hander. They then double back on themselves out to turn number 2 over the crest and down into the heavy 180-degree right-hander at turn number 3. Side by side for the lead briefly as Mankonen now takes over top spot. They flick through turn number 4. Nothing after the outside curb other than grass and mud to save the drivers should they run wide in these slippery conditions. But the leaders all manage to just tiptoe their way safely on the prepared surface. Now at turn number 8, that fast right hand that leads up the hill into the hairpin at turn number 9. There is a large dry line on the inside of the track, but it is the 48 Paralin cart of Oskaras Pitkovas. The number 69 of Martins Lapins, the Energy Core chassis, has stopped. And so Martins out of the race. The driver that finished third in the opening race earlier on. Now, after his trials and tribulations on the opening lap, Emilis Iozatis in cart number 17 is back into 5th position with a white nose cone and that yellow and red Nassau panel. The mud has now dissipated. It's been replaced by a clean graphics kit again, which shows there's still a lot of residual water on the outside. Oh, and he's got it muddy again because he's gone wide for the second time coming out of turn number 4. And that side pod, which is looking a lot cleaner, now looks a lot muddier. And he has dropped back. Wow, he's dropped back to about 10th position. 9th or 10th position now has Iozatis. And the number 44 cart goes for a spin at turn number 9. That's Dominic Lepp on the Intrepid cart. There's the number leaders. Now take their way through turn number 12. And it is the number 48 cart, Oskaras Pitkovas, followed by Elis Mankonen, 0.3 of a second. Then there's a 0.8 of a second rather. Then there's a 3-second gap back to number 99. A great, quiet, third-place drive from Remigius Kriausiunas. And then it is Taurus Zimnikas, and followed by Emilis Iozatis. Jokubas Vaskelis has dropped to 6th position. the pole sitter, down to 6th. Then it's Carlis Bernsons, Dominic Jan Wozniak, and Rodrigo Taurins, with Martins Lapins out of the race, sadly. Into turn number 9. 2.25 minutes to go. Through turns 11 and 12. Onto another lap. This oval circuit with the infield section, so we're using it's a roval here at 333. Would dearly love to see karts going around on the actual oval itself. That would be quite something, although maybe not the most mechanically friendly environment for them to race on. I'm sure they'd get a couple of pro karts out there and it would be absolutely amazing. Now, through the turn 4 S's, watching that curb. It's a flat curb on the exit, which then just drops away into unkempt field. And it's not unkempt, but certainly there's a drop onto the grass that will send the carts, off track very, very quickly. And of course, there's patchy greenery, but of course the soil is now the soil and dirt is obviously now muddy because of the rain we've just had, and it creates a very, very tricky proposition for any errant wheel that wanders near it. Now, 45 seconds remain. Pitkovas leads Mankunen by 2.2 seconds. Side by side for third as Remisius Kriausiunius takes over P3 from Zimnikas in the number 88 kart. So Tauras Zimnikas from Lithuania, who finished second in the opening race, drops another position. Here are your battles going through turns 5 and 6 now, up the hill. Through turn 7 and 8. This will be the penultimate lap. They will see the last lap board next time around. Those two teammates in that Lithuanian liveried machine. White nose cones, red NASA panels. Out of turn 11. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Sorry, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, rather. We start the final lap. Pitkovas leads Mankunen. Here comes Jozatis. Jozatis to the inside of Kriausiunius. And Jozatis has the position. It's been an up and down race. You can see the damage on the front of his nose cone. And another wheel-to-wheel moment there now as Kriausiunius holds off Zimnikas. The white nose cone and then the red and white Birol ART graphics of driver number 88, Tauras Zimnikas, chasing Remigius. And he passes Kriausiunius up to the inside of turn number 9. I was going to say Remigius doing a great job of holding off Remigius Kriausiunius, but then he fell the last hurdle almost. But the checkered flag awaits. A fantastic drive from Oskaras Pitkovas. Takes the win in race number 2. Victory salute as well. And why not from Elis Mankonen from Finland in a great second position. Then, after an up and down race in 3rd position, it is the number 17 card of Emilis Jodzaitis. Well, there it is. There he is on the Paralin chassis. Now, the question is, the next race, which will be coming up very shortly, as you see the full results. The only retirement was Martin's lap-ins. All 10 of the other 11 drivers all made it to the finish. The next question is, what tyres will the next race be going out on? Because that will be coming up very shortly indeed, as the last few drivers head back to pit lane, with one car to Martin Lappins' energy chassis to recover. That will give me a chance to have a very quick look out of the commentary tent and see who is gambling on what tyres for the next race.
Sorry.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, on a drying track, there are a mix of tyre compounds. Now, there is a little bit of confusion as to the grid gate closing times, etc. But we will call the race as we see it. You can see one or two drivers at the back still coming on to the grid, and I have to say that all those drivers coming onto the grid later are on slick tyres, and about a third of the field, including poleman Nikita Lyubimov and outside front row starter Jack Collinson, who were on the grid early, shall we say, or on time, shall we say, they are on wet tyres. Now, you can see for yourselves, there is a large dry line emerging. Offline, it is still very damp. So, the drivers on wet tyres will be just trying to force all those on slicks, and not everybody behind the two front row starters, but certainly I would say 2/3 of the field are on slick tyres. Of course, if it rains again, then if you're on wet tyres, you are in clover. If it doesn't rain, and the drivers on wet tyres will be desperately hoping to get a clean start this time around. Already somebody, that's Sarah Tabo, who I think was on slick tyres, has spun. Now the drivers on wets will be desperate to get this race started as quickly as possible. They will not want false starts, because false starts allows the slick tyres to warm up more. It allows a bit more moisture on the track to dissipate. Here are some of the drivers you can see on slick tyres. And that's the 125. The 151 kart as well. This is going to be a very mixed up race. Now why, as Collinson has got to try and fight his way through to get to his spot on the grid. So there's a few drivers up. Here comes Lubimov. They were crawling around now. Oh, there's a driver that has just stopped there. Was that Collinson who just stopped on the outside? See the marshal jumping up and down. It is Collinson. Oh, he'll go. Is he going to go back for another one? It was a good half volley to start with. Didn't go to put it in the back of the net. Travesty and devastation for Jack Collinson. It leaves Nikita Lubimov all on his own on wet tyres at the front with a dry track all around, and it's a false start. It's a false start. Now, number 113 on slick tyres. And Lubimov instantly just doesn't want to pick up the gas. He doesn't want to, ball that rubber up anymore. All the drivers on slicks are trying to go as quickly as possible. But to be fair, Lubimov, he's the poleman. He should control the speed. If he's going slow, so should everybody else. And indeed, now they do slow down. And I'm looking around, and there are now very, very few other drivers on wet tyres. Is that the number? I think that Paralin kart. Yes, number 141 is on wets. That's Jonas Pundis. There's Collinson just watching forlornly. But I think this race would have been a hiding to pretty much nothing anyway for Collinson, because it looks as though slick tyres could and will be the way forward. And of course, he was on wet. It's not. Well, there's number 124 on wets. That is Ilya Veliko. Here we go then. For the second time of asking, the green flag drops. We're off and racing. Lubimov will hug that dry line and try to make anyone on wet slick tyres drive onto the slippery stuff to get past him. And he's absolutely clinging to it. But those wet tyres are not what he needs, so he's going to have to defend. And with ease around the outside goes the number 113 kart. Lubimov's battle at the front lasted all but 2 corners. And it's now, unless by some chance the rain returns, and I have to say it doesn't look like it's going to, I wonder if Lubimov can almost come in and change tyres and still beat another driver who was on wet tyres. There are a couple out there, but it's going to be a long, hard slog. They're going to ruin those wet tyres completely. So if it does rain later on, they're going to be even more of a disadvantage. That's such is the nature sometimes of gambling. And at the end of the opening lap, it's Marcos Masinas comfortably clear in the number 151 kart. He runs a little bit wide though, coming out of turn number 1. And Martin Strieber on the energy course moves into P2. Here's Lubimov still, and they're just driving around the outside of him on slick tyres. He has got wets. Those wets are going to be absolutely bin worthy by the end of this 8-minute race. Alex Meneses in cart number 126. Is he on wets? Now, was he one of the ones I saw? No, he can't be on wets. He's going forward. Meneses, no, he was one of the ones. He's on. Well, let's look at the rear of that third place cart. Certainly, the front two are on slicks. He must be on slicks. The pace is going. Yes. So Meneses on slicks. Then it is in fourth position Patrikas Yosios. Along 3 seconds down. Nikita Lubimov has fallen to 8th position. Make that 9th. And, well, Jack Collinson, Sarah Tarbo, I think so, she's also retired. Keita Spike and Ralph Arakaitis with Jonas Pundis are all on wet tyres. They're understandably like now at the back of the pack. Question is, can Nikita Lubimov at least finish first in class, as it were? The best placed of those drivers on wet tyres. Now here is Masinas, leading Driba and Meneses. Already they're coming up to lap a couple of drivers that have been off track. I wonder if that's Sarah Tarbo, who we saw off earlier. Up into 5th position has come Juris Pruksna. As now the leaders are going to have to deal with some live traffic in a minute. Here they come, the top three: Masinas, Driba, and Meneses. So through turn number 8, and that slower driver, doesn't quite get out of the way. Oh dear, that is that the 134 of Sarah Tarbo? I believe it was, and that held up at turn number 9. I didn't see blue flags beforehand. That doesn't mean to say they weren't there. I just didn't see them. And let's have a look at that black and yellow cart. Sarah Tarbo. Just not seeing, or letting the first driver go on the way into turn 9, letting Mahos Masinas go, but then Meneses and Driba both got held up quite badly. It cost them over a second. In fact, Meneses was able to get past Driba. Josius still in 4th position. Pruksna is 5th, Hans 6th. Kononovs is 7th, Kekas is 8th, Lubimov is 9th, Veliko 10th, and Harmanen, Tellus, Grantins, Pundis, Rakaitis, and Speaker, and then Tarbo a lap down. Now with the track being fully dry, I'm sure we'll see everybody in the next race out on slick tyres, and in fact already I can feel in this commentary tent the humidity picking up remarkably. So I think it's safe to say that the rain is probably gone, and it's now going to get hotter than it was this morning, and it was very warm this morning. Out of turn number 6, the number 126 cart of Alex Meneses, ahead of that 113 cart, that energy chassis of Martins Driba. Driba makes the move. They're being shadowed all the time by the number 125 of Patrick's Josius. Josius, that dark race suit, orange crash helmet. None of them are making any inroads whatsoever into Mahos Masinas' lead. Rotax Racing driver, the green crash helmet, comfortably in front, and this race very, very spread out, not least because of the mix of tyre compounds and of course the the change in track conditions. In 5th position, you've got number 163, Joris Pluksner, 10 seconds behind the race leader, and he's just in front of Klav's Hands. Behind Klav's Hands, there is a 6-second gap back to Marks Kononovs, then Rodrigo Kakers. Rodrigo Kakers is the best of the drivers on wet tyres. There's a 17-second gap between Kononovs in 7th and Kakers in 8th. Everyone else in the top 7 is lapping in the 60s, 61s and 62s. Kakers, Lubimov and the rest of the field are all lapping 105s, 106s. So that's the difference between slick tyres and wet tyres at the moment. Slick tyres are at least 5 seconds a lap faster than wet tyres. There is a returning of the favour, as it were. Driba getting back past Josius, who briefly held 2nd position as the clock strikes 0. Marcos Masinas leads by 2.5 seconds over number 126, Alex Meneses. Meneses is just in front of Dribi, and then it's Josius. On to the final lap we go. Everyone else a long, long way back. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The leader is coming up on slower traffic, as there goes Dribi with a move on Meneses, and he opens the door and Josius passes the pair of them. I can see blue flags waving. That is correct, and that is the number 162 kart of Rakaitis on wet tyres, well, ruined wet tyres. And is this going to be a factor in the last half a lap of the race? There goes Rakaitis up towards turn number 9. Here comes Meneses, Josius. In fact, it's Josius, the first driver to the inside. Driba also goes through, does he? Yes, so does Meneses, but it is Marcos Masinas who has the race lead as they encounter more lap traffic. What a strange Minimax final 2 that was. We will see them all again though for their super final, and we are still waiting. Here goes Joris Pluksner across the line. Klav's Hands in 6th. Marks Kononovs will be 7th. But the big story was Jack Collinson failing to start the outside. Ralph Rakaitis finishing in 16th position, a lap down. Sara Tabo also a lap down. As yes, Rodrigo Kakers still hasn't crossed the line in 8th position. He was the best of the drivers on wet tyres. In fact, I think Nikita Lubimov might have just passed him for the honour of best in class there. But all the drivers that started that race on wet tyres now have one ruined set of wet tyres. There'll be a little while to recover a couple of karts, and then we'll be back underway with the full grid. Everyone who I'm assuming they should be on slicks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a sun-blessed 333 circuit. This is final two for the juniors. Adrian Tions and Tom Strella on row one. Timothy Vladimirov and Robin Semet on row two. The rest of the field you can see on your screens there. Looking at the starting lineup in full. Everybody on slick tyres. You have Marius Kariauskis, Maximilian Lupa, then Alice Dolsamane, Franek Sulima. So watch out for driver 285, Franek Sulima. He starts today he started today just 2 points out of the championship lead, which was held by Tom's Strella. 304 points for Strella, 302 points for Sulima. Now Strella won the opener with Sulima finishing on the road, as I recall, 6th position in that number 285 Bambini Racing kart. As we look now, as the rest of the field fall into line. 25 drivers in total. Albert Eko Cook starting at the back of the field, but that was because he didn't do a lap in qualifying. So Strella in kart 238. It has got very, very hot here, about 20 minutes outside of the Latvian capital city of Riga. I only got here last night, so whether it's 20 miles, 20 minutes east, south, west or north, I don't know. All I know is that this morning it took me 20 minutes from the city centre apartment to here. That's my geography lesson for the day. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Green flag goes down. We're off and racing, and Tions holds the lead, but then runs wide at turn number one and hands the advantage to Strella. Now, yellow flags waving. Oh dear, and is that the number 285 involved? I think it is. He's the second of those carts coming around there. So, Franek Sulima has been delayed. Now, there's a couple of carts. That's in the blue race suit. That's Vladimirov. The number 263 cart. That's Robin Semet. Oh, and big damage there for the number 236, the Vishakovsky Motorsports kart of, let's have a look, that Freddie Kadastik. Oh, that was the Yogisu, the Yogisu Kardiklubi entered kart of Freddie Kadastik, who is out of the race. I'll have to say that there's we've just seen Henry Skruber in the crowd here in 333 circuit. Henry's the 2020 Rotax International Trophy champion in DD2 Masters, who has been he's taken a year out. He's setting up his own indoor karting centre this year. Well, the voice of Latvian Formula One, Gert Timrots, is also here watching on as an interested spectator. So all eyes are on this little parcel of forest, or deforested forest, in Latvia today. This is the final round of the Nordic Challenge. At the end of today, 6 drivers will have booked their tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals at Sarno in Italy. They may not all be Latvian. In fact, some of them, well, they definitely won't be Latvian. It's the Nordic Challenge. It's open. It's an international level event. We've got drivers here from not only Latvia, but Lithuania and Estonia and Georgia and Finland and the UK. So half a dozen nations or more represented. Now, Strella leads Alice Stolsamane by 2 seconds, with Oh, and a spin there for the number 273 cart, and that was sixth place driver Mariusz Karsiauskas. Mariusz Karsiauskas going for a spin. Now, where is the number 285 cart? And the answer is we've had, well, Nicholas Huotari and Freddie Kadastik have retired. I'm looking down to see where Franek Sulema is. The answer is ninth. He's ninth in the number 285 cart. So at the end of the first lap, we saw him. He had been delayed, but we'll try and check back. So it's a white, predominantly white go-kart with orange dots on it. That's the Bambini Racing livery kart. But Sulema, as we're looking at a battle further ahead, that is second place with Robin Semet and Alice Stalsamane. And Alice looks like she's being aggressive right at the forefront. So, the second of the predominantly white Bambini Racing karts in this race, that would be the number 285 kart. The first of them has got the driver with a white crash helmet. That is, let's have a little look. The number 24, no, that's Kaspar Kipsara, the Kiwi Racing driver. The number 267 is Maximilian Lupa. It could be the Maximilian Lupa entered driver, or is it Nathan Rabinsky? Well, anyway, we'll find out. But it's the second of the white carts that you'll see on your camera screen, on your monitors at some point. That is currently. Let's have a look as they come out of the top. Yes, with a gold crash helmet. That is Sulema. Now up into 8th position. A very similarly liveried cart in front of him is the number 267 of Maximilian Lupa, fellow Polish driver. But he is fighting a losing battle in terms of the championship at the moment, is Sulema, because Tom Strela is doing everything he needs to do. He's keeping the rest of the field at arm's length. Strela is not overusing his tyres. He's not risking the go-kart. He's saving extra energy and life from the Mojo rubber that each of these junior Rotax karts uses. Every once in a while, he will glance over his shoulder to see where his rivals are. Semet has to keep glancing over his shoulder regularly because Adrians Tions has now worked his way past Alice Stalsamane and is closing in with the bright green crash helmet of Markus Jauk in 5th position. Then it is Timothy Vladimirov, Max Lupa and Franek Sulema, the top 8. And there's a move by Tions, and he moves into P2 once again. Same situation that we saw in the first race. Tions' kart improves and gets better as the race progresses. He's just left it a little bit too late because there's 2 minutes to go and Strela leads by over 2 seconds. But you can see how that 271 kart, the MRG racing machine, is just now hop, skipping and jumping away from Semet and Stalsamane and Jauk. Behind Jauk with a blue race suit on, the white crash helmet, that is Timothy Vladimirov. And there goes Jauk passing Stalsamane. That will put the number 288 driver, the Aero Racing kart, up into 4th position. But as I say that, Stalsamane passes him back. And now Jauk has to defend from Vladimirov. But behind Vladimirov. There is a big gap back to new 7th place driver Franek Sulima. So Sulima has made up one position. As you can see, gold crash helmet now head down is ahead of the second of those white carts, the white crash helmet, Maximilian Lupa. Then it's Mate Kobakidze, Kisquela, Cook from the back of the field is there in 21st position. Drivers, we've still got 23 of the 25 starters running. Mario Matic is at the back of the field, some way down. So is Hans Markus Narusk. Sixteen seconds to go. 16 seconds to go. Battle on track with Strela. Now only 1.6 seconds in front. Strela, 1.6 seconds to the good. So Tions is closing in. Here's the battle for third position between Semet and Stolsermane. York is fifth, followed by Vladimirov. So Strela will get the last lap board next time around. And we go through turn number 11. Out towards the start-finish line. Last lap board is out. Big head. There is some of the back markers, but it's another step towards the plane to Italy and to Sarno for Tom Strela. As Stolsermane defends into turn number 6 from Semet. This is the battle for third position. Stolsermane, Alice Stolsermane doing a fantastic job into turn number 9 for the final time. York with the green crash helmet, the black and green cart, trying to find a way past that 263 machine of Robin Semet. Meanwhile, Tom Strela coasts across the line to take the win over Adrian Tions. Under baking skies now here in Latvia. Semet is 4th, York is 5th, Vladimirov 6th, Sulima is 7th, Lupa 8th, Kobakidze is 9th, Kisquela is 10th, and Paimar is 11th. Then it's Kavicius, Plinta, Rybiski, Volbekas, Skoneski, Valtz, Kariaskauskas, Lindholm, Zernask, Koch, Narusk, Matic, and our failures to finish was Katastik and Huatari. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next race. And that is Senior Group B and Group C, the final senior race of the day. Before we get into the finals, Miska Kaskinen has the pole. You can see there a rundown of the full starting lineup. It's the hottest it has been overhead today so far. And after that 1.5 races of rain, we are now very, very sunny and warm indeed. And some of the marshals out on circuit, they are turning the same colour as their jackets, a bright shade of orange. But of course the marshals, the Orange Army, no matter where we are in the world, they are the most important people of all. Without the marshals, nobody would go racing. Here we go then. Kaskinen, Romans Rodionovs, Gustav Ushakovs, Dovydas Gudlevicius, Oli Peteri Muna, Kairo Kivi, Ilya Sheremetya, Matthias Oyapolt, following Karlis Kirikovs, Oliver Kerg, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Marta Spika, Henrikas Kalipkas, Kaur Korenik, Romit Pakas, Santeri Leitonen, Kate Drobaseva, and Egis Elksnins, Khalil Soda, Kyle Christo Turku, Oscar Savicki, Armin Raban, Arthur Karu, Hanna Grete Suvimar, Ricards Kilkulis and Lautaro Joffre. No start, false start. So let's remember that Group B, the drivers in Group B, they are the drivers on the inside row of the grid. Kaskinen, Ushakovs, Muna, Sheremetya, etc. They've already done one race on slick tyres. So their Mojo tyres are one qualifying session and one heat race old. The drivers in Group C, that would be Rodionovs, Gudlevicius, Kivi, etc. They have done one heat race on wet tyres. So their Mojo rubber will be about 9 minutes plus 1 lap fresher than the drivers starting 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th. So the odd numbered starters on the left hand side of your screen when they come across the line have better tyres than the inside row. That is just by freak of luck. So here we go then, into the tram lines. Now the green flag goes down and Miska Kaskinen makes a good start. Hard on the brakes down as the track funnels towards turn number 1. 26 carts go in and 26 carts come out. So everyone's safely through the first corner. Now into turn number 3, over the crest, through turn number 4, and nice and sedately, certainly everyone behaving themselves at the moment. The 389 cart, Gustav Ushakovs, running P2, chasing Kaskinen down. Kaskinen pretty much sealed the ticket to Sano. Ushakovs is second in line. Oh, there's a move up the inside, and that was our heat race 2 winner, the 331 of Gudlevicius. Dovydas making another pass. It's been a good day so far, and of course, don't forget, he'll be one of the ones on fresh tyres. Now, we look up. It is, of course, yes, Kaskinen, Ushakovs, Aaron Kivilo, who has already done his 2 races, I believe. Top 3 in the points standings. But Kaskinen. Well, you'll be thinking, I might have to face this Gustav Ushakovs, not just for the win today, but later in the year as well. Let's get a good measure of each other. And there goes Usakovs to the inside. And of course, Kaskinen has got a lot more to lose in getting involved in an incident and an accident. And of course, if you suddenly get yourself disqualified for whatever reason, now I don't have the points championship regulations directly in front of me, but if you were to get disqualified, I'm sure you'd have to count that score as part of your championship total. So Kaskinen, quite wise to just allow Usakovs to be the aggressor and to make the move and to not fight it too much. That was very smart going indeed by Kaskinen. Vicious now into third position, and we'll see Rodionovs as well in fourth. They are on the fresher tyres. There is a hand signal there from the number 359, Matthias Oyapolt. Oyapolt in 10th position, chasing Oli Peteri Munya. In fact, 9th position, chasing Tunis Jonas Tomingas. Further down the order, still got all 26 starters running. Usakovs leading by 0.4 of a second. A 4-kart breakaway, Rodionovs and Gudinavicius. There, now we'll see, where will those fresher tyres pay dividends? Up the inside, under braking, Rodionovs in kart number 362 makes it look easy as he passes Miska Kaskinen, and Gudinavicius also makes his move as well. Gudinavicius into P3, and Gustav Usakovs, 5 minutes to go, is now going to come under increasing pressure. Usakovs and Rodionovs, they both drive for the almost omnipresent MRG racing team, certainly ever present up at the front of nearly every class here at the 333 Baltic circuit. Vicious and Kaskinen still run third and fourth. Usakovs, and there goes Gudinavicius. Now that will help Usakovs. It's keeping Kaskinen in touch with them, but signalling over the shoulder, there's a move. Oh, 3:02. That's the unmistakable finish track. Right, it's Tomingas. The white and blue, well, it's either it's the Finnish and Estonian colours, but Tonis Johannes Tomingas he's moving up, but Tomingas, he is from Estonia, a country that is many great things, including some fantastic chocolates and some fantastic liqueurs, which the Estonian Rotax distributors have been very kind with their distribution of over the years. And yes, I'm not going to say anything more. That possibly Estonia, I have Estonia a little bit to thank for some of my waistline. Now, let's have a little look at the live chat. 3 minutes to go. No change up front. Usakovs leads by 1.1 seconds. Alicia Veliko cheering on Ilya Veliko in Minimax. We saw Ilya recently. Who's Ralph? Let's have a little look. That's Thomas going to Gold on supporting Ralph. That may have been in one of the, let's have a look, we got there, juniors. Well, there was Raphael Zernskas. So I've got a Ralph on my entry list. Oh, yeah, Ralph Rakaitis. Of course it is. Ralph Rakaitis. Pasky Racing. Fastest karting ever? No, Andre. It's some of the fastest direct drive karting that you will see. When I say direct drive, I mean it's non-gearbox. Although the DD2s have 2 gears. The full 6-speed shifter karts, and of course the long circuit 250 karts are the super karts. They are the fastest karts of all. But these karts here, the seniors, drivers age 14 and over, or in the year of their 15th birthday and over, senior Rotax, the Rotax 125cc engine, that's good enough for a good 75, 80 miles an hour. Now that's because I'm British, Welsh, not English. 75 to 80 miles an hour in kilometers an hour. Well, if 60 miles an hour is 100 kilometers an hour, then 70, 80 miles an hour, that gives you your answer. More than happy to keep answering your questions on the live chat. And I still don't know how long the circuit is. Roger Young, if you're watching from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. 1 minute to go. Usakov's lead is down to 0.2 of a second. That 331 Cosmic Chassis, Dovydas Gudalevicius, on fresher tyres, has closed a second gap down to nothing as the clock ticks away. Rodionov's Kaskinen and the number 390 kart of, let's have a look, that is Mr. Sheremetyev, is now there in 5th position. Ilya Sheremetyev has moved into 5th position. Then there's a big gap back to Tunis Johannes Tomingas, Cairo Kivi, Karlis Kirikovs, Matthias Oyapold, followed by Henrikas Klepkas, Santeri Leitonen, and the top 12 rounded out by Romek Pakas. We have lost Lautaro Joffre and Oli Peteri Munia from the field. 24 karts still running. And that is now Gudalevicius defending second place as we begin the final lap. Gustavs Usakovs, front runner in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Raced for Latvia in last year's Rotax Grand Finals and maybe the year before as well as a junior. Trying to find a ticket to Sano this year. Behind him, battles raging. Gudalevicius holding off Rodionovs. Sheremetyev has passed Kaskinen. So as one driver, Miska Kaskinen, on the older tyre fades, another driver on the older tyre manages to keep his nose in front. Gustav Usakovs will win the 3rd and final senior Rotax race of the main portion of the day. That is senior B and C. Of course, don't get confused, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Latvian, in the Nordic Cup. Race 1 is known as Final 1, Race 2 is known as Final 2, Race 3, which is 1.5 points, is known as the Super Final. So this is Finals 2. The Super Finals for each class, of course, will go and decide, go a long way toward deciding the final finishing positions in the Nordic Challenge this year, and the 6 drivers that will get the tickets to Sano. They will be coming up later on this afternoon. You are watching a No Limits TV production of the 2024 Rotax Max Nordic Challenge from the 333 Baltic Circuit just outside Riga in Latvia. And my name is Henry Baudet. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage. I certainly have to say hello to Latvia's regular Rotax commentator, Alex Goldschmidt. And I'm very grateful to Alex for allowing me to step into his shoes for this round. And Alex will be back, don't worry. And hopefully myself and Alex will be able to broadcast this championship for many years to come. A huge thank you to the championship organisers for all the hard work that they are putting in to try and elevate the profile of this championship. They've been rewarded with a 128 strong entry from 6 different countries. And without further ado, DD2 Masters heading out onto the circuit. Pirit Sai from Estonia in cart number 519 leads the championship. He starts second alongside Martins Rollis. The main name you need to look for is Ricards Calciems. He starts from 8th on the grid. He is Pirit Sai's closest championship rival. However, Sai has got a healthy advantage and finished just behind his rival in Ricards Calciems in race number 1. Harold Garkaklis, the team boss of the Birol Art Baltics team, making a return to the cockpit at a circuit that he is heavily involved in. And speaking to the voice of Latvian motorsport, and certainly the voice of Latvian Formula 1, Gerts Timrots, earlier. And very big thank you to Gerts for giving me a little bit of a history lesson. So Alice Stolsamane and her brother Thomas Stolsamanis, and Thomas Stolsamanis was one of the first Latvians, in fact I think he was the first Latvian to win a Grand Finals title. There have been 2 now. Christoph Gasparovich, oh dear, and there's a problem at the side of the circuit, but it's the grandparents, I believe, of Alice Stolsamane and Thomas Stolsamanis helped sort of set this venue up. I think Harold Garkaklis is involved somehow. A couple of years ago, this circuit was completely repaved and some of the corners were changed, but still quite new. It's a roval. There's a full oval around the outside, which you can see. And then the first infield section is modelled on the Daytona International Speedway. This infield section, this second section, is modelled on the old New Hampshire Motor Speedway infield course. And then the third and final infield section, which we're coming up to now, is modelled on the Homestead Miami Speedway infield course. We used what would be turn 3 and 4 of the oval, only for the rolling laps. Now, did the driver that was having problems with his kart, it was the number 508, I think it was Harold Garkaklis, was having issues. We get underway, and final 2 for the DD2 Masters. These drivers aged 31 years and over. 14 of them take the start. Sai continues to lead under blazing hot sunshine. Into turn number 5. Out up the hill slightly, onto turn number 6. Through this dogleg section, fast left. Then set yourself up fast right. But don't run too wide on the exit, it's deceptive. That turn 8 section is up the hill through turn number 8, now down, back onto the oval back straight, into turn 11, and then hug the left-hander at turn 12, the right-hander, sorry, and flick left, back onto this huge, wide, inviting start-finish straight. You've got to watch for track limits, though, going through turn number 11. It's Sai continuing to lead from Garkaklis, Calciems, Payere, Masinas, Ivars Us, Sild, then Zalitis, Kaljusta, and the rest. Seven and a half minutes to go. Pirit Sai has just got to keep himself, clear of any incidents or accidents. Harold Garkaklis, teammates to his title rival, Calciems, You know, he didn't harass, or you know, he's there to take points off Pilicsai, but he's certainly not, you know, unfairly influencing or putting Pilicsai off his game. You know, it can be a team game, of course, this. Up and over the crest. Watch and we wait to see if Garcaklis can do anything about the race leader. Not yet. Here's Pilicsai over the brow. 6 minutes to go. Garcaklis, will he let his teammate through once it becomes evident that maybe he can't pass Sai for the race lead? We'll have to see what happens. Still, the temperature continues to rise here at the 3-3 circuit. Further down the order, Margus Kingu for the IVR racing team, and Argo Tam for the AGS team have dropped off the main pack now. You can see people holding up umbrellas to shield themselves from the sunshine. An hour or two ago it was to shield themselves for the rain. Very, very humid here in Latvia. No breeze to speak of in this huge forest clearing that we're in. Through turn number 4. And out onto turn number 6 again. Pilicsai continues to hold the advantage by 0.2 of a second. Garcaklis sitting on his wheel, in his wheel tracks. Under braking, Garcaklis goes in very, very deep. Now, in race number 1, Pilicsai's setup tended to go away from him ever so slightly in the second half of the race. Pilit looks over his shoulder and he lets Garcaklis go through. He said there's no point fighting. Very, very smart drive from Pilicsai. Now what does Harold Garcaklis do? Does he try to slow Pilicsai down and back him up? To his credit, he did not do that in the first race. He just went on and did his own thing, and I think he figured himself, well, do you know what, teammate? If you're quick enough to pass Pilicsai on your own, fair play to you. And if you're not, well, then that's your problem, not mine. Right. Not trying to unfairly influence the outcome of this championship. Garcaklis extends his advantage to, well, about 3 or 4 of a second. Halsiems right there in 3rd. Then it's Mikolas Masinas in 4th. Ivars Us in 5th. Joris Zalitis is 6th. Ivo Pajerla in P7. 3 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for Pilicsai to fight back, or even for Halsiems to try and pass both of them. At the moment, Halsiems doesn't seem to have the pace, and Sai is the one that's looking aggressive. Garcaklis, now it sounds, you know, strange to say, but of course when you're not racing regularly in conditions like this, it can get quite tiring quite easily. These are very, very physical pieces of machinery. These are extremely fit young athletes, all of them wearing rib protectors, no suspension, and in these carts that can go 130 kilometers an hour, they get bounced around. It's very, very easy to break a rib, as I can attest, and I didn't race carts as quick as this. 2 minutes to go. No change of order. All 14 drivers still running, with Juris Zalitis in 6th, Ivo Pael 7th, Sild is 8th, Kaljusta is 9th, Pomerantz 10th, Rollis, Nurm, Kingu and Tam. The rest of the running order. They come out onto the start-finish straight once again. Piritsai 0.3 of a second behind. The top 4 go into turn number 5. Up the hill ever so slightly. Now into that dog leg. You can see there, you can be so quick coming into that turn 8 corner, but it's not a very wide exit. If you get your line wrong, hit the curb wrong, it'll just bounce you across the track very easily indeed. So you do have to be very careful. Back to the leaders. We complete yet another lap. And what has been, well, it hasn't exactly been, you know, nose to tail battling, but of course, the main point of action was when Piritsai elected not to battle, not to race with Haraldsgaard Kaklis. He's thinking big picture. Of course he would like to win the final round in what is the biggest event in this region in Rotax karting. But he knows that the biggest event in the world of Rotax karting, well, that comes in just over 2 months' time in Sarno, in the Sorrento region of Napoli in Italy. All side, take the tight line into turn number 11 there. There is the last lap board. Garkaklis leads by 0.6 of a second. Sai is P2. Kalsiems Masinas next. Us, Zalitis, Pael, Sild, Kaljuste, Pomerantz round out your top 10. But Haraldsgaard Kaklis, on his return to action, he knows this place very well, but track knowledge is only half the battle. You've still got to get the right equipment underneath you and then get it round the twisty bits, and he has done that 2 times out of 2. It's another win for Haraldsgaard Kaklis. Piritsai in second, and then Ricards Kalsiems third, Miklas Masinas fourth, Ivar Us, Juris Zlaitis, Ivo Pael, Martin Sild, Marcus Mikkel Kaljuste, and Willem Pomerantz round out your top 10 as we wind down towards what should be the last race in our second round of finals for DD2, and then we will be into the super finals themselves. Here we go then, back on track for the last race in the second round of finals. It's DD2. And on the grid, we have Edgars Vilkans, Emils Akmans, Thomas Rudikas, Martins Janovskis, Maxim Shurko, Martinas Tankevicius, Thomas Burstins, Patrick Lokmelis, and Ragnar Virus. The reigning Rotax Grand Finals DD2 champion. After a fraught opening final, which came just before the rain. Now the track is baking dry. Out onto the turn 6 banking. And, what's the chance they can get to F1, says Dark. Well, not everyone is looking to get to Formula 1. Some of the younger drivers, they might have ambitions in professional motorsport. A lot of the DD2 drivers, they work in the sport of karting, not just as drivers, but as team managers, mechanics, driver coaches, and what have you. Some of them are on paid drives, some of them are on subsidized drives. Some are paying for the privilege. But don't forget, this is not a stepping stone to Formula 1. This is the highest level of the sport of kart racing in its own right. And the green flag does not go down. So we will go around one more time. Don't forget the finals. It says final 2 up there. The super finals will be later this afternoon. They will begin as soon as this race finishes. And they will decide, well, it will be the last race in this championship. They will decide with the 6 drivers, the champion in each class of this Nordic Challenge. That goes to Sarno, the Rotax Grand Finals. Ragnar Virus is your points leader over Emils Akmans, with Maxim Shurko 3rd in points. And all 3 of those drivers were a little bit subdued in the opening race. 50 championship points available. Now, of course, this is also a round of the Estonian championship, but we'll get to that another time. Into turn number 1 we go. 10 minutes plus 1 lap here in DD2. And the field led by that Sodi kart of number 471, Edgars Vilkans. He heads them through turn number 4. Already under a little bit of pressure. One driver in the background taking the grass across the turn 4 S's. And Atman's getting shuffled a little bit wide there. He's going to lose 2 places going into turn number 7. And now again through turn number 8, losing another spot up towards turn number 9. And this is not a good lap for our pole sitter, who is now having to fight off the attentions of number 411, Thomas Burstins, the MRG racing team. But at the end of the opening lap, it is Thomas Rudikas leading. Rudikas leading by 1.7 seconds over number 435, Maxim Shurko. Then it is still defending is Edgar Vilkans. Why is he defending so early? Well, his kart maybe set up to come on in the later stages of this race. His tyres might not be at the optimum pressure just yet. This is a 10-minute plus 1 lap race, very hot track. So he'll be thinking about maybe saving his tyres for the main final. So his kart will automatically struggle, but he'll know that. That's what the mechanic, the team, and the driver would have decided on beforehand. As we complete lap number 2, Rotax still leading by 1.7 seconds. No, he's extended his advantage to 2.6 seconds now over Maxim Shurko. Vilkan still third. Emils Akmans in 7th position, 2 places ahead of Ragnar Vieras, the points leader, in 9th. So it's Maxim Shurko who is doing well in this one to get himself a fair few places up the order and to maybe keep himself in title contention with 1 race to go. And there's a move for second. Ooh, a little bit of door handling up at turn number 9 as Vilkens now begins to fight back against Maxim Shurko. All 19 starters still running. This great battle of a second is allowing Thomas Rudikas to clear off. But now that Vilkens' kart is, the pressures have risen and he's hit his sweet spot, can he claw that deficit down? He's got 7 minutes. And, the 4.35 of Shurko has now got Burstins, Janovskis, Akmans, and Tankevicius right behind him. Then it's Ragnar Vieras in 9th, followed by Zidas, Sagadi, Danebergs. Patrick Lochmelis is there in 8th place. And then it's Simas Tankevicius as well. There's a move. Maxim Shurko loses 3rd position to Thomas Burstins. Here we go. Rudikas, 3.4 seconds in front of Vilkans, Burstins, Shurko, Akmans, Janovskis, Lochmelis, Vieras, and then the first of the 2 Tankeviciuses. Then a 4.33 of Martinez Tankevicius. This is a great scrap for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Through turn number 12. Still, Thomas Rudikas leads Edgar Vilkans. Then it is number 411 of Thomas Burstins. The inside, good move. Leaders. And there's Ragnar Vieras, that very brightly liveried number 441 kart, the IVR racing team. And he's just doing what he needs to do. He's now ahead of Maxim Shurko, and he's within 2-3 places of Emil Akmans. Now, Akmans in kart 454 has been aggressive. He's made some moves, and that will give him a little bit of an advantage over Vieras. I'm trying to think back now. If I have a little look back at DD2 Final 1, Emils Akmans finished 7th. Ragnar Vieras finished 8th. So, Akmans gained a little bit of ground there. He's certainly keeping the title fight alive as far as I can see. Coming into today, let's have a little look. 3.5 minutes to go. No change of order. Rudikus, Vilkans, Burstins, Akmens, Judovskis, your top 5. Coming into today, it was 326 points for Virus, 302 for Akmens. Now, looking at the points, it's 50 points, 44, 41, hang on a second, 38, top 4, then 36, 34, 32 for 7th, and 30 for 8th. 34, 32, 30, okay. Trying to do live maths here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going about as well as you can imagine. A quick check back. It was, yeah, so Akmens 32 points, Vera's 30. So that was a 2-point gain for Akmens. And if things stay as they are, 4th and 7th. Right, 4th and 7th. 4th place in one of these finals gives you 38 points. 7th is 32 points. So that'll be another 6 points back. So that'll be 8 points gained today. And that would put Virus only 16 points in front of Akmens with the final to go. Now the final, well, I will 75 points for a win. I tell you what, we'll let somebody else do the calculations on that side of things. I will do my level best without missing too much of the on-track action. Well, there hasn't been much on-track action in the midst of that live maths lesson, ladies and gentlemen, because Thomas Rudikus continues to lead by 3 seconds over Edgar's Vilkans. Ragnar Vieras has set the fastest lap of the race at 52.93. But certainly everyone in a holding pattern as we enter the final minutes of this race. Sadly, we have lost driver 427, Alexander Horodinsky. And so we're down to 18 runners now. But Rudikas leading the 411 cut. That's Burstins. The 454 is Andrius Zinkevicius. The Lenktinu Linia entered driver. And Akmens in the number 454. Chasing the number 411. So this would give Emil Akmens, if he can pass, well, Virus is not really threatening Patrick Lockmellis as we start the penultimate lap. Let's have a look. If Akmens can pass Burstins, that's an extra 3 championship points. And the gap would not be 16 points to Ragnar Vieras, it would be 13 points by my calculations. 50 points for a win, 44 for second, 41 for third, then 38 for fourth. So that would be another 3 points, but he's got to be careful as Akmens in kart 454. He cannot afford to get a penalty for making contact. And Virus is also looking racy now. Virus now just behind Patrick Lockmellis as we start the final lap. 1 lap to go through turn number 4. There is the number 454 kart going into turn number 5. He's got 3 kart lengths to make up to try and pass number 411, Burstins, and close the gap to Ragnar Vieras to 13 points with one race remaining in the championship. 2 corners to go. I don't think he's going to do it, but meanwhile, Thomas Rudikas takes the checkered flag. Vilkan second, Burstins, Akmans, Janovskis, Lokmelis and Vieras. So unofficially, the gap is 16 points between Ragnar Vieras and Emils Akmans heading into the final race of the season. Now that concludes the second round of heats, of finals. We will be starting the super finals very shortly indeed. As you take a quick look back at some of the highlights, we have got just 6 races to go in the 2024 Nordic Challenge here at the 333 Baltic Circuit. Which 6 drivers will go to the Rotax Grand Finals in Sarno? Stay tuned to find out. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. It's Micromax. Now, Micromax, the championship coming into today. I shall quickly check that to see if there is anything that we need to get excited about. There probably is, knowing the Micromax drivers. Coming into today, it was 338 points for Jokibus Vaskelis, and with Theo Steindal not here, Emilis Jodzaitis was second on 264. So Jokibus Vaskelis really just needs to, needs to not mess up, I think is the one way of saying it. Obviously, everything I say is strictly provisional. The rules, some of the look, sporting regulations, championship. Let me have a little look. Allowed license, nation age limits. Let me have a look. Event results. Do drivers score points? Do we have to any drop scores? Nope. There. Some of the 3 best finals. Oh, yep. So it's every point to count. Every point does count. So there we go. Does look as though this title is Vaskelis' to lose. We go on to start finish straight. The flag does not go down. It will be a false start. So Vaskelis just needs to stay out of trouble. Of course, championship positions are all important. If for some reason, then Vaskelis cannot go to the grand finals, the next eligible driver in the championship would take the ticket. So still all, fighting for the minor placings. It's going to be Oskaras Pitkovas leading, Tauras Zimnikas second, Jokibas Vaskelis third, Ilis Mankanen is fourth, Carlis Bernsons, and then Remigius Karasiunis with Emilius Georgitis in seventh on the grid. I am drinking some very interesting, very syrupy Latvian Coca-Cola. If anyone in the live chat wants to tell me what it is, it's got a bit of a hopsy taste to it, almost a bit like treacle. It's not unpleasant, I'll give it that, but if you want to tell me a little bit about the secrets of Latvian Coca-Cola and what else I need to sample while I am here, my one night here in Riga, please tell me what local delicacies I need to investigate, within reason, obviously, on best behaviour. Here we go then. Flag goes down, we're off and racing, 9 minutes plus a lap. The Paralin of number 48, Oskaras Pitkovats, takes the race lead. Jokibas Vaskelis in second position with that black nose cone, makes no mistake, dives to the inside, takes over top spots. He wants to make sure that he is clear of any issues behind, and we'll try and get Jokibas Vaskelis. I believe Jokibas has raced. I've certainly commentated on him before, either at the grand finals or the international trophy. So he is a very experienced driver at this level with Kovas, Zeminkas in the number, and there's Carlis Bernsons in the number 3 cart in third position. Through turn number 1 we go. Vaskelis continues to head the pack side by side for third position between Bernsons and Jodzaitis. But the top two are now pushing away. Oskaras Pitkovas, who's had a very, very good day today. Piskovas is, let's have a little look on the championship standings. Oskaras Pitkovas, well, he is 5th in the championship coming into today, and is certainly on course for his best points tally of all. Would that move him? That could move him. Well, it'll move him obviously in front of Stendhal. He's battling with Tauras Siminkis for third in the championships. I think it might be a bridge too far, but Pitkovas, rather, the Lithuanian driver, has done very, very well. He had a couple of third place finishes in the heats in the opening stage of this 3-stage competition at Siaulai, and then Aravete was the second stage, and of course this is the Rapazzi 333 circuit, and he's doing a very good job of just tailing the leader. Obviously he knows that Vaskelis is the more experienced driver, and therefore he can learn a lot. Across the line goes the rest of the field. Now, the number 98 cart, who had such Elias Mankonen, had such a fantastic second heat race, sadly is down at the back of the field here. So that is not great for him. Still got 5.5 minutes to go. Just looking at the second Micromax race, yeah, Oskaras won that race, and in the first Micromax event, he was 4th. So he's taken his first win of the season. And now he'll try and see if he can take his first outright podium of the season. Look, battling further back, there's the number 69 cart of Martins Lappins. Now, Martins Lappins, very strong in the first race, finishing in third place, retired from heat number 2. So he's fighting his way back up through the order from a lowly starting position. But still, your leader, number 24, Jokubas Vascalis, head of Oskaras Pitkovas, just tailing each other round the circuit up towards turn number 9. This is fantastic teamwork, even though they're not part of the same team, as it were. Vascalis on an Intrepid, and the Paralin of Pitkovas, but that is fantastic working together. Same for Josaitis and Zeminkas in 3rd and 4th. Bernstein's and the other energy course chassis of Lappins 6th and 7th. In Jan Wozniak and Kriosiunis, Lep, Torins and Mankanen. Just checking, yeah. Welcoming you all on board the No Limits coverage here at the 333 Baltic Circuit. Please feel free to ask any questions in the live chat. I will do my very best to answer them. And so please keep your comments coming in, who you're cheering for. Maybe you're a Rotax driver and that you haven't qualified for this year's Grand Finals, but you hope to do so in the future. Let us know. We're all part of one big Rotax family, network of distributors, drivers, staff, including the odd commentator as well. So please, let us know. If you're not going to qualify for the Grand Finals this year, there's always next year, and there are Rotax staff on hand here at the circuit and online any time of the day to keep you pointed in the right direction on your Rotax journey. Now, good scrap for 3rd. Leader, meanwhile, Jokubas Vascalis, has started to pull away from Oskaras Pitkovas. Unsurprising, really, when you think of the gulf in experience between the two. But certainly at the a higher level. This, of course, is a regional championship. It's not a domestic. You have different tiers in Rotax. Everyone has their domestic national Rotax challenge. Then you have various regional competitions, such as this, encompassing a number of different nations. Then you have your continental championships, such as the Euro Trophy, which cover the entire continent. Obviously others in North America and South America. Then you have your international trophies, one per continent, a one-off event. The South American international trophies coming up in Chile at the end of September. We've had the European International Trophy at France, Le Mans last month. And then, of course, after the international trophies, you've got the Winter Trophy in the United States, etc., etc. Then you have the Grand Finals themselves. That's the structure. If you want to get into Rotax racing, first things you need to do is you need to find your national distributor. Every Rotax nation has a distributor who is in charge of distributing all the Rotax engines that get delivered into that country. And that should be your first port of call. The distributor will then explain everything about the world of Rotax racing to you. You can start in Micromax in this class at the age of 7 years old, Micromax, I think. Even 8 years old as well. Yeah, 8 years old, maybe Micromax, 7, 8 years old. You can go all the way up through Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, then into DD2, and then when you hit 31 years old, you can go into DD2 Masters. So we have catered for everyone. And at the Rotax Grand Finals, you know, there are Formula One drivers, ex-Formula One drivers that are still in karting that try and qualify every year. For example, Rubens Barrichello has qualified again this year. We've had Antonio Pizzonia has also qualified, ex-Formula One drivers, sports car drivers, Formula 3000 drivers, anyone who just stays in karting. You know, V8 supercar drivers have qualified, IndyCar drivers. You never know who will get the ticket each year. And side by side on the final lap of Micromax, and that is tyre smoking through turn number 4. The 69 kart Martins Lapins and the 88 of Taurus Ziminkas coming together there. And they both continue, but up at the front, it has been a dominant performance for your champion-elect, provisionally, of course, subject to all the post-race checks, subject to the championship organisers finalising the points. But Jokubas Vaskelis takes the victory and the Nordic title in Micromax. A career best result for Oskaras Pitkovas in second. The final place on the podium goes to Carlis Berntsons in the number 3 energy kart, with the number 17 kart of Emilis Uodzaitis finishing 4th. Jan Wozniak takes home 5th position. But the intrepid Baltic team, Lithuania, unofficially have another driver qualified for the 2024 Grand Finals. Here's a look at your provisional results. Remigius Kriausiunis is 6th, and Taurus Simax 7th. Dominic Lepp, Martins Lapins, Rodrigo Taurins, and Eels Mankonen, your finishing order. And the good news is all 11 Micromax drivers that started this race finished the race as well. Minimax is coming up very shortly. Here's a quick look at some of the action. We haven't got time for that either. There, yes, we do. It was a good start from Josius, from Pitkovas, but on the opening lap, Vaskelis took the lead, and then it was all about the lower order. But we're going to be back very shortly with the Minimax karts, who are on circuit now. Here is your starting lineup. Majos Masinas, Martins Driba, Patrikas Josios, Nikita Lubimov, your top 2 rows of the grid. Now, the point standings, of course, this class of that one race with half the field, well, most of the field on slicks, some of them on wets, and it was the slick tyre drivers that had the advantage. At the start of today, Nikita Lubimov had 344 points. Majos Masinas had 303. Now, Lubimov won the opening race. I will have a look, see where Masinas. Oh, I'm going to have to get my pencil out. 344 for 303. Now, the points in the front 50, 44, 41, 38, 36, 34, 32, 30. Then it goes down in increments of 28, 27. Right, the final. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's have a look. Do we still have a title fight on our hands? Lubimov won the opening race, and I'm assuming that I got the. Not sure if any penalties have been applied afterwards. Majos Masinas won the second race with Lubimov 8th. So that's a 20-point gain. Ooh. But then in the first race, let's have a look. Lubimov won and Masinas was 3rd. So that was 9 points. So Lubimov has lost 11 points to Mahinas today. That would be a 30-point gap unofficially. Lubimov leads by 30 points unofficially as we get this super final in Minimax not underway. Yellow flags waving. I'm just having a little look to see where there's 30. Well, Massinas has pole position. Martin Driba is second. Massinas in kart 151. There he is. Black nose cone on that green and white Tony kart chassis. Nikita Lubimov has got very dark blue, very distinctive, yes, almost moonlight blue crash helmet on in the number 133 kart. By my calculations, Lubimov is 30 points in front of Massinas. There are 18 karts in this race. The difference between, oh, that's 30 points. I'm going to do more maths, ladies and gentlemen, more maths. 75 points for a win. Third, fourth, fifth. 1, 2, 3. I think, well, 7th place pays 45 points. The win is 75. As the green flag drops, so I think all Nikita Lubimov has to do is finish inside the top 7. If Massinas wins, that's provisionally, and I don't know if there's been any penalties applied today. So Lubimov has to keep his wits about him. He's up into P2 already. Nobody else is really a factor in the championship. Can Estonia's Nikita Lubimov, already a Grand Finals champion, takes the race lead. He dominated the opening race in dry weather conditions. Then he made the wrong tyre choice in race 2 and could only finish 8th. His nearest title rival defends 2nd place from number 126, Alex Meneses, as they complete lap number 1. Over the crest, coming down towards turn number 3. Lubimov already stretching his advantage. There is, at the moment, nothing that Massinas can do about the Estonian driver. It's Estonia. Oh, and there's a couple of drivers. The 125 kart, Patrikas Josius, and one of the energy karts going over the grass there at turn number 5. And they both get back on without causing any further consternation, although they've both cost them time. We'll get a name check on both. Well, it was obviously, we knew it was Patrikas Josius in kart number 125. I think it might be Martin Driba, maybe. We'll have a look to see who drops down the order. Yes, it was Driba, who was dropped to 10th position. Jack Collinson still down at the back of the field after a nightmarish day, I have to say, for the Anglo Latvian driver. But again, this is just a lot of experience this year for Jack Collinson, who's done it very well for the Sam Pollock racing team in the Motorsport UK Vera Tools British Kart Championship. And of course, this Minimax class is one of the 2 classes, Micromax being the other, where there is another ticket for the Grand Finals available in this year's Rotax Grand Festival at Karting North East Warden Law in the United Kingdom on the 20th to the 22nd of September. And the Minimax and the Micromax tickets, that is open to any driver of any nationality. So several of these drivers could find themselves entering the Rotax Grand Festival. and they'll be guaranteed a wonderful warm welcome by the Hunter family at Karting Northeast at Warden Law. Please look at the Rotax Grand Festival website. Entries are open for that event. There are a plethora of teams in the UK that can do full arrive and race packages. So if the ticket doesn't come here for some of these drivers, all is not lost. They still have the Grand Festival, a one-off race they can go to, as Masinas and Menisis battle side by side for second position. This is allowing Nikita Lubimov to pull away at the front of the field. Lubimov extends his advantage to 1.5 seconds. Masinas chasing, but at the moment it is a forlorn chase. 5 minutes to go. Meneses, Rodrigo Caicas in cart number 153, then Jonas Pundis in cart number 141. They make up the rest of that quartet, second, third, fourth and fifth. Then there's a gap back to Ilari Harmanen. Ilari Harmanen, the Finnish driver of the MKR team. On that, looks like a CRG graphics kit. It's red and black. Have to see who that is this year. Is it Minimax or Micromax? A certain Robin Raikkonen, son of Kimi Raikkonen, F1 driver. Looks like they are going to qualify. He looks like he's going to qualify for the Swiss Championship, possibly. Patrikas Josius is still in 7th. Then Ilya Veliko. Martin Strieber is 9th. Joris Pluksna. Ralph Rakaitis. Mikkel Grantins. Jack Collinson up to 13th. Then Tristan Tellus. Kitja Spike. Klavs Hans. Marks Kononovs. And Sara Tarbo. Tarbo there, about to go a lap down. Sara Tarbo has had a spin in cart number 134. Now this is going to be interesting. The leaders, oh no, actually that's Lubimov, sorry. Sara Tarbo, the Racing Academy driver, is nowhere near being lapped. I do apologise. Out of turn number 6, into the dogleg at 7. Hardly touch the brake in these Minimax carts. Now up towards turn number 9. This is the battle for 6th position. Harmanen in the number 116 cart, chasing Meneses in the number 126. The battle for 5th place, 5th, 6th and 7th. Still, Lubimov leads, extending his advantage. And on his way to what would be his 4th Rotax Grand Finals. He's raced twice in Bahrain, once in Portugal, and is on course for a 4th ticket for a driver that does an awful lot of racing and is possibly one of Estonia's fastest rising stars in all of junior karting, maybe in junior motorsport. And Estonia have a very proud history. They haven't had a Formula 1 driver yet, but they've got several drivers in GP2 and in other major championships. They've got a rich history in the Rotax Grand Finals as well. 2 minutes to go. Lubimov leads. Pundis now up into P3 ahead of Rodrigo Caicas. Masinas is all on his own in second. He's going to do everything he can But unless Lubimov has a catastrophic mechanical failure now, the title is going to Estonia in Minimax. Maihus Masinas continues to push for all he is worth, but really, when conditions have been equal, like they were in race number 1, like they are now, nobody has been able to touch the number 133 Talvar Racing kart of Estonia's Nikita Lubimov. Into turn number 12. There is still time, 1 minute 20 seconds. Nikita still has to make sure he doesn't have a momentary lapse of concentration. This is where the mechanic is now just making sure that everything stays together. That the chain doesn't flick off, a little stone doesn't get into the sprocket that flicks the chain off, which can happen. That any of the hundreds and hundreds of nuts and bolts on these carts doesn't work itself loose, that a bracket doesn't fall off, that would require a repair which is too late, which would mean technical scrutineering is failed, which would be an exclusion. Through turn number 8, 40 seconds to go. Behind him, the best of the rest, Trail. Jack Collinson, meanwhile, is just about going to crack the top 10. But Nikita Lubimov, almost the full length of the main straight in front of Masinas, Pundis, Kakers, Josius, Dribi, Menesis, Verico, Harmonen in 9th, Collinson 10th, then Pluxna, Rakayatis, Telus, Grantins, Hans, Spike, Kononovs and Tarbo. 4.4 seconds is the advantage, and there are lots of Minimax drivers all over the world sitting up and taking notice of Nikita Lubimov, because they know that when we get to Sarno, even on completely equal equipment, brand new, provided by Rotax, drawn completely at random, Lubimov, who starts his final lap, is going to be a problem. Through turn number 1 for the final time. Masinas, nearly 5 seconds behind. There is the Racing Academy kart of number 134, Sara Tarbo. Sara just starting out on their karting journey. You can see the line so different, so nervous, so tentative. That will improve. You can see the blue flag. Lubimov just has to make his way past. Sabo does a good job, gets out of the way. Nikita Lubimov sliding through turns 11 and 12. It will be another ticket to the big dance for Estonia's Nikita Lubimov in Minimax. He wins the Nordic Challenge. He books his place in Italy. Masinas, 5 seconds behind, did everything he could. It just wasn't enough on this day, as Lubimov absolutely takes the rest of the Minimax field to school here at the 333 Baltic Circuit. You're looking at a young man with a very bright future, whether he chooses to stay in karting or move into other forms of four-wheel motorsport. Estonia have another star on their hands. He beats Masinas, Pundis, Kakers, Josius, Driba and the rest with room to spare. So let's have a look from 4th on the grid. That's the start. Lubimov gets to the inside, and by the time we got round to turn number 6, Lubimov had taken the race lead on the opening lap. And at that point, he just cleared off. That was and the number 1, 2, 5 card, the Patrikas Josius, coming to grief. Lots of good battling further back down the order. Jonas Pundis having an excellent run in the art cart entry, but realistically there was absolutely nothing that anybody could do about Lyubimov, and the battles were in fact for the minor placings, and the minor placings alone. So here is a look back at some of the action that we have seen so far today in some of the other classes. A couple of collisions at the start, but by and large, everyone has been very well behaved indeed. Here are your Micromax drivers coming to the start. The next race will be the Junior Rotax Final, and that will be starting very shortly. As soon as we have got the correct grid position. Looking back to some of the Micromax battling. Karting is a non-contact sport. So, Jokibus Vaskelis and Nikita Lyubimov have unofficially clinched their championship battles. So Lithuania and Estonia provisionally have another driver on the way to the Grand Finals. Juniors now. This was, let's have a little look. The junior standings coming into today. Right, Tom Strella, 304 points. Franek Sulima, 302. Adrian's Tions, 268. Okay, so Strella, 304. Sulima, 302. Tions, 268. So if we look at the first race result of the day, let's have a little look back. And of course, I'm looking at Speed Hive. I'm not sure if there were any subsequent exclusions or post-race penalties. So race number 1 for the juniors. Strella won, so that gives him 50 points. So that's 354. Tions had 44 points. So that would be 60, 70, 80, 90, 308, 312. And Sulima was 5th. That would be, hang on, 2, 4, 36 points, which would put him on, let's have a little look, 338. Right, so then the second race was equally as fortuitous for Strella and equally as bad for Sulima. So then Strella had another win, so that puts him on 404. Tions second, that would put him on 356. No, yep, 356. And Sulima came home in 7th, 2, 4, 6, 7. That's another 32 points. So that would put him on 370. So 34 points the difference between Strella and Sulima. And let's have a quick gander at the points distribution once again, because I've forgotten what I said the last time. I should have written it down, really, but then again, for those of you that are new to the commentary world of Henry Baudet, you will realise that I am not the sharpest knife in the drawer, and I don't do computers, and I can very, very occasionally manage a pen and paper. So it is 75. You wouldn't get this stuff with Goldschmidt, you know, trained professional like he is, and then Welsh idiot like myself. However, that's life. I've got my little quirks, which I'm sure many of you are aware of. There's no iron brew in Latvia. Haven't found any yet. Almost found something in Bahamas, which was like a Goombay fruit champagne. Same colour, not quite the same flavour, and certainly a different after effect, which will leave that there. Let's have a little look. 51 points. 48, 45. Yes, that looks good. 48, 45. That's the top 7. After 45 comes 42 in 8th. Right. By my calculations, Tom Strella, 34 points to the good. Strella needs to finish 2, 4, 6 in the top 7 with Selina winning. So if Selima wins and Strella finishes 8th, then no, he needs a top 8 finish. Sorry, Strella. If Selima wins and Strella finishes 8th, then Strella takes the title by a point. So a top 8 finish for Tom Strella, providing, of course, Franek Sulima takes the win. Unofficially, of course. And I have to say, the skies are beginning to darken once more here at the 333 circuit. We'll come back very shortly as the drivers head out onto the dummy grid. We'll come back to see if the track is still dry, if the rain has returned, and whether anybody is gambling on wet tyres. It's the juniors. They are up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us and staying patient as we take a short break. The picture says it all. Rain has returned with a vengeance here at the 333 Baltic Circuit, just outside Riga Rapazzi in Latvia. And the track is awash. The junior drivers are just firing their engines on the grid now. This is the championship decider. They are on wet tyres in atrocious conditions. It is still very warm and close and humid here in this forest clearing 20 minutes outside of Riga. But Adrian's Tions, Alice Stolsamane, Timofey Vladimirov, Frank Solima, the championship leader, Tom Strela, is only 12th. There's obviously been some issue afterwards. So the point situation could be an awful lot tighter than what I thought. I had Strela down at 404 points. There has obviously been some issue. I will try and see if there is anything on. Oh no, it will be anything on on speed high. Would there be anything in Rotax EE results? Junior Rotax. No, that is up to the start of today. So I don't know what has happened. That could throw the final. Well, it does throw my points out of whack. I can only assume that with a win, he must be starting. I think Tom Strela, if he had an exclusion, well, let's see. Let us see. I will check on Speed Hive once again if that will give me any information. That's live. Any well, I don't know what the situation is, but Selena and Tions could be in a position to absolutely turn the championship on its head. I don't know what the deal is. I will do my level best to find out. Here we go. Green flag in the air through the spray down towards turn number 1 in atrocious weather. Championship on the line. Oh, and over the curb they bounce. It's, oh, the drainage here at 333 circuit is going to be working overtime. And somehow these junior drivers are keeping it on the road. This 12 minutes final. Have to say it's about the worst I've ever seen a track that's still raceable. All credit to the drivers for keeping it on the tarmac. How long will this rain continue? Well, there's no wind. This is a sort of a bit of an amphitheater and a bowl. So, oh, and somebody has slowed down there. Was that one of the leaders? Now, at the moment, I can't see. Oh, there's standing water coming out of turn number 9. This is getting very, very treacherous indeed. Here we go. Let's have a look at the order. End of lap number 1. Robin Semet leads in cart number 263. Franek Solima is second. Kaspar Kiskula is third. Strela is fourth. Going slowly there. Cart number 231. That was Mate Kobakidze. It's impossible to see where you are going unless you are at the front of this field. The spray in that pack will be absolutely unbelievable. And yet, 25 drivers started, 25 drivers still running. Marco Plinter, Martins Valts, and Milan Skoneshi at the back of the field. Now, our title contenders. Adrian's Tions is down to 14th position. Tom Strella is up from 12th to 4th. Franek Solima is second. But a long way behind Robin Semet. There's Semet. Solina in the number 285 Bambini racing cart. Still trying to get a grip on Strella, who won both races. Started 12th, and what that does to the points. Certainly, if it was a complete exclusion and 0 points were scored, then that would leave him. He was excluded, so that would leave him on 354 points, and it would, wow, okay, so, Tions, well, we watched the battle, I think it's important, so, Tions would score 50 points, so Tions would be on 362. Selena would be 6th in that race, and that would score him 34 points. 372, and Strella would be on 354. So it would be Selena 372. Tions 362, Strella 354, unofficially of course, just by my rudimentary calculations. But yeah, I have had it confirmed. Strella was disqualified for some technical infringement at the end, after race number 2, which he won. So he would have to count that DQ, 0 points. Now, Semet battling with Strella. 75 points on offer for the final win. 69 for second. 63 for third. Strella round the outside. No. Atrocious weather. How can they stay pointing the right way? This is the ultimate test of skill for these junior drivers. 12, 13, 14, maximum 15 years old. Solima is there in third. Kiskuela is fourth. Stolsamane fifth. Naros sixth. Vladimirov seventh. Volbikas, Lindholm, Kobakidze, Jauk, Huatari, Lupa, Pamini. Tions is down in 15th. So Adrian's Tions is losing his chance the title. Oh my word, it is absolutely torrential. And yet the drainage here at the 3-3 circuit is just about keeping things race worthy. Nobody has spun, nobody has crashed. Incredible. As I say that, there goes the number two, there goes Timothy Vladimirov, but that was a tap from another driver that sent him round. Now, Strella has the lead. That would give him 75 points. That would be 4-2-9. Sulima is third. That would be 63 points. That would be 4-3-5. As things stand, Salima would just about, but he needs to stay where he is. Unofficially, of course, Strella has to win, and Semet's got back into the lead. Here comes Salima into turn number 12. 5 minutes to go. Standing water now, aquaplaning is going to be the risk. The officials will be watching this closely. Some people will be saying they should stop the race. Other people will be saying you've got to drive to the conditions. All I can say is at the moment, apart from one little spin, we have not had a single incident. Marshall flag going up. 4 minutes to go. Yellow flags waving. Yellow flags at turn number 5. Is that a cart off of the side of the circuit, or is it just a warning for the amount of water? My timing screen on Speed Hive has gone. And yet, the juniors continue to plough on. The slow flags are going out. I think it's going to be a case of it's a full course caution. Absolutely biblical rain here. This is the last race of the championship to decide who goes to the Rotax Grand Finals. Semet leads, Strella in second, but I think that with Strella's exclusion, oh, Semet, who's that gone? Is that the leader that has spun? Now you have to think of safety. We're under slow conditions. The leader has spun. The leader has spun. Strella leads. Sulima is second. Oh, and I've got to say now, drivers are beginning to aquaplane and spin on their own. 3 minutes to go. I'm not a race official, but I have seen a lot of karting, and a decision is going to have to be made. They're telling him to slow down, though, so the race has effectively been neutralized. Strella, oh, and they're still spinning. I would never ever try and preempt a race director's call. It's not my job. But when drivers are spinning, there's the red flag, and that is the right call with 2.5 minutes to go. Strella and Sulima. So 75 points for Strella, unofficially, of course. That'll put him on 4.29, 69 points for Sulima. Well, Franek Sulima may have done it. I don't know. If Strella started this race on 354 points and Sulima started it on 372, and it finishes in the order Strella, Sulima, 1-2, then Sulima wins it. I just do not know. Now, they will go back to the last full lap that they were running. Was that when Semet was leading? I don't think it would have a change in the championship. We will have to wait and see. The championship will be decided. Please keep an eye on the Rotax Latvia Facebook page, the Nordic Challenge Facebook page, all the Rotax social media channels for the ticket winners, which will be, we will do the presentations this evening. I don't think it's going to be live streamed, but we will do that this evening. So We will find out tonight the championship results, but this is horrific rain. Absolutely biblical. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, the racing has been stopped. We have 3 races to go. Seniors, Masters and DD2. 3 races to go. Please keep your YouTube browser open. We will tell you what is going on as soon as we know. But as you can see, the marshals are running for cover, and there will be we are in a holding pattern here. So please don't go away. We will be back, and we will tell you as soon as we know when it is safe to go racing again with the final 3 races of the 2024 Rotax Nordic Challenge. back, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at some of the highlights of the racing that has taken place so far today here at the 3-3 circuit outside Riga. The delay you have been experiencing is caused by a torrential summer downpour which flooded the circuit just before the end of the junior Rotax superfinal. We have 3 races to go. I'm very pleased to say the rain has stopped. The track is still sodden. The circuit staff have been out during the break with tractors trying to alleviate some of the standing water on the circuit. They have been successful in doing that. And on wet tyres, but under sunny, warm, early evening skies here in Latvia, the final 3 races of the 2024 Nordic Challenge are set to get underway imminently. Now, there has been a separate briefing for the senior drivers. There will be 2 full formation laps to allow the drivers to acclimatise themselves with the very, very treacherous track conditions. 36 drivers qualified for this final of the 39 who entered. You'll have to forgive me if I can't name you off the top of my head. There is a look at the start of the junior final. You'll have to excuse me if I can't give you the names of the 3 drivers who sadly failed to qualify. But here are live pictures. And the starting lineup: Dovydas Gurlevicius and Gustav Uzakovs on the front row, Kairo Kivi and Georgios Lado Kukinadze. Then Archoms Sestakovs and Ilya Sheremita, Karlis Kirikovs and Matthias Oyapolt, Romans Rodionovs, Sebastian Adari, and in 11th position, Miska Kaskinen. All Miska has to do is basically finish this race, and he is the champion and the ticket winner to the Rotax Grand Finals. Gustav Usakovs came into today 101 points behind Kaskinen, and although Kaskinen has not had a great day, he has done more than enough to not technically seal the title now, but as long as he finishes this race, he will be champion. Usakovs will try and win out from the front. He won the second heat race very impressively. He starts second on the grid. All he can do is just maximize his points, and then whatever happens, happens. The title is out of his hands. This is going to be a long, tricky, treacherous 14 minutes plus 1 lap race. You can see how bad the track conditions are, although I am in my commentary tent. I am now sweating once again. It is very warm here, very humid. That summer squall has not cleared the air, as it were. And still very little in the way of a breeze. You can see how wet the grass is. It's almost like a swamp offline. So if any driver spins off the prepared surface, it is curtains for them. It is a quagmire off the track. And you can see coming down at the bottom of the hill at turn number 9, going into turn 10, there's water on the infield section. Now, everyone on wet tyres, 36 carts, the biggest field we have had today. Everyone out behind the fencing watching this. They'll only use this part of the circuit on the warm-up lap. And we come to the line. Green flag goes down. We are off and racing here in senior Rotax into turn number 1. And it is the 389 of Gustav Ushakovs who takes the lead. Of course, the driver, there's a lot of racing in the UK. And at the back of the field, you can see 1 or 2 drivers scrambling over the mud and the dirt, trying to get back online. The rest of the field quite well spread out. And, one of the, trying to see who that was running wide. It looked like it was a Talvar racing kart, possibly Paul Hamburg. We'll have to see, or maybe Aaron Kivilo, who was quite handily placed on the grid despite his race 2 retirement. Zakovs leading comfortably, side by side. 2 teammates going through there. That could have been for the Kivi racing team. Olli Petteri Munia and Santeri Leitonen. In fact, looking at the, well, Olli Petteri Munia has not gone out, so it could have been him. Kaur Korenik also hasn't completed the opening lap. Axel Sanyala, the 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion, is down in 34th position after a moment on the opening lap. So it looks like we're down to 34 drivers at the moment, with Dovydas Gudlevicius leading once again. It's been a fantastic day for Dovydas, and he has passed Gustav Ushakovs. Miska Kaskinen is 31st. Now, don't want to preempt the point situation, but that is not exactly where he wants to be. He can slowly pick his way past the lower order and into the midfield section. Of course, with Ushakovs not leading at the moment. Gudlevicius with a 9/10 of a second lead over Ushakovs. Kairo Kivi, one of the most experienced drivers in the field, is 3rd. And having a great day in 4th position, Georgia's Ledo Kukinadze. Matthias Oyapolt is in 5th position. There's Santeri Leitonen we're looking at on the black and red livery number 313 kart of the Kivi racing team. Leitonen is in 6th position. Carlos Kirikovs is next. Sebastian Adari, who was very... there's a spin there. And that... Oh, my goodness me. That driver coming back across the track in front of traffic, coming out of turn number 10. I'll try and see who that was. That could have been very, very dangerous indeed. We'll have to see. That was Kairo Kivi. So all the experience in the world couldn't save Kairo there. There is Lado Kukinadze in 3rd position. The top 2 are 5 seconds clear already. In clear air, no spray. They can just afford to find the grip levels, which will be changing every lap as the moisture is literally burnt off the tarmac by the ambient temperature, which has to be approaching 30 degrees here. It's high 20s at the very, very least. No wind, probably about 80% humidity at the moment in this large forest clearing, 20 minutes or so outside of Riga, the capital city. And side by side for 3rd position, and that is Oyapolt trying to pass Kukinadze. So it's Leitonen trying to go past Kukinadze. Oyapolt is 5th, Kidakovs is 6th. Then Adari Yopere. Good drive for number 319, Sonia Grönlund. Trying to pick up Sonia in the MKR number 319 cart. And a quick check to see where Miska Kaskinen is in cart number 399. The answer is, let's have a look, Kaskinen has climbed up to 28th position, just in front of Milo Kaskinen. I'm assuming this is brother. And up at the front, wow, this is the battle for 3rd place. 380, Georgia's Lado Kukinadze, the AGS Racing driver, on what looks to be an Esprit chassis. It's either an Esprit chassis or Red Speed. I think it's a bright orange colour livery, so that must be Esprit. Santeri Leitonen. Not quite sure what cart he is on. Cart spread a long way around the circuit. There were the 2 leaders briefly. Here's your battle for 3rd position. Out of turn number 6. Through turn 7. Cairo Kiwi has recovered to 12th position after his spin. The 2 leaders, there they are, 6 seconds up the road. And Gudlevicius controlling things nicely. Ushakov's at a safe distance. Now this is a good distance for Gustav Ushakov's to be following. There is a tail ender. That is the number 348 cart of Daniels Petrus Berzins. We've lost Ricard's Kikulis. He is retired. Axel Sanyala still 32nd. Daniels Petrus Berzins on that Sodi cart entry is in 33rd position. There's a driver up the side of the circuit. Not quite sure who that is. Mr. Kaskinen is up to 26th position. And lap traffic could be a problem as this race continues. We've got 6 minutes plus a lap to go. Oh, he doesn't want to do that, does the race leader. Needs to avoid that standing water coming out of turn number 10. Gudlevicius there now getting a bit more pressure from Gustav Ushakovs, who can react to every time he sees a slip or a slide from the race leader. He can react accordingly. So Gudlevicius is a bit of a guinea pig at the moment. You can see, not dry line, but a less wet line emerging now. Drivers using a lot of curb over the crest down towards turn number 3. And Axel Sanyala has retired. The number 332 cart. It has not been a good day for Sanyala, but he normally races in DD2. And of course, he was brought in probably to act as a bit of extra support for Mr. Kaskinen in the championship battle. Although has not worked out as planned. Kaskinen there's the blue flags waving, and good driving there from the Sodi kart driver. Berzins moves out of the way. 32 drivers remain on track. Here are your 2 leaders, then the lapped Sodi kart of Berzins. Hannah Grete Suvema is the next kart in line, although she is half a lap in front, so don't think that lapped traffic will be any more of an issue, unless of course some of those tail enders spin and get back onto the track and are delayed even further. Quick update, Miska Kaskinen now 25th, behind Oscar Savicki and Roman Zorodionovs. As there's the move. So that is what Ushakov's needed to do with the number 9 on his NASA panel, fluttering in the breeze. The crossover move from Gudalevicius. Great battling for the race lead in treacherous conditions. There goes Gudalevicius up the inside. He checks to make sure he's not going to run into Ushakov's. Good sportsmanship there. Ushakov's taking a wide line in. Will he try the crossover? Not at turn 12, he can't. And Gudalevicius is going to stand on the apex to try and prevent Usakov's getting the run onto the main start finish straight. Usakov's, though, looks quicker at this point of the race. I did speak to Kaskinen before the start of this race. He said, I think I'm pretty sure I'm just going to finish, you know, come last is fine. But he is going to want just as much of a breathing space as possible with Usakov's driving up at the front. The gap was 101 points. Try and see, well, let's have a little look. In senior, Usakov's won the second race. Kaskinen was 5th. So Usakov's gains, well, a few points. He gains 14 points on Kaskinen there. In the let's have a little look. The very first senior race, Usakov's was 3rd, Kaskinen was 7th. So gained another 9 points. So he's gained 20. No, he's still 80 points adrift virtually, and 75 points on offer for a race win. So Kaskinen is pretty safe. You have to excuse me, I wasn't trying to artificially generate some excitement. I was trying to work things out based on the Speed Hive results, which don't include any penalties or anything like that. Now, behind the top two, 7 seconds behind the top two, Santeri Leitonen for Finland is 3rd, followed by Aledo Kukianadze, then Matthias Oyapold, Sebastian Adari, and Kailis Kirikovs. So we've had several classes be decided, and of course Lithuania, Estonia, and I'm not quite sure what happened in junior, whether Strela from Latvia or the Polish driver Franek Sulima got the championship and the ticket. We'll have to wait and see. Gudalevicius, Usakov's Latvia, Kaskinen Finland. It looks like Finland are going to take a ticket from the Nordic Challenge as well. And that's the great thing. It's a regional series, and you know, the tickets going to drivers from different countries. Now Usakovs tries a great crossover move. 30 seconds to go through the splashing through the standing water coming out at turn number 10. Usakov set the move up going into turn number 9. 18 seconds to go. They will get across the line before the clock strikes 0, so there'll be 2 laps to go now. At number 9 at the front finally cries enough and flies off the front of Usakov's kart. Two laps to go. Leitonen, Oyapold, Kukinadze, Adari, Tomingas, Kirikovs, Jopere, Kurg, and looking down to see where Kaskinen is. The answer is 24th at the moment. So Mr. Kaskinen doing just what he's got to do, although it will be a much tighter margin than perhaps he envisaged at the start of the day. But now the next time, Gustav Usakovs will get the last lap board. The rest of the field spread out far, far behind Usakovs and Gudravicius. There is the last lap board, goes out. They have a nearly 8-second advantage over everybody else. All Usakovs has got to do is wait, take his time, not run too wide going through turn number 3 like he just did, although Gudravicius not close enough. And then once he crossed the line, just waits to see if Kaskinen maybe fails post-race scrutineering, something like that. Stranger things have happened. But he has done all he could do. But Kaskinen really put this title to bed in the first 2 rounds of the series. And when you do that, collecting maximum points almost, you can afford to just take things steady, take things easy in the final round, because you control where the dice falls to a large extent. Gustav Usakovs comes out of the final corner, checkered flag in the air. He takes the win. Gudravicius is second. Santeri Leitonen will come across the line in third position. And we still wait a long way back there. Matthias Oyapold finishes 11 seconds down in fourth. Sebastian Adari is fifth. Then Georgia's Ledo Kukinadze, Tunis Johannes Tomingas, Karlis Kirikovs is next across the line. Oliver Kerg, we're still waiting for our champion-elect. Miska Kaskinen crosses the line now. You can just see him going across the bottom of your screen. Finishes in 24th position, and that should just be enough to seal the title for the Finnish driver. 2 races to go, 2 more tickets to Sano to decide. So the recovery vehicle brings one or two strewn senior carts back to the pit lane. DD2 Masters is up next, and Pidit Sai came into today on 323 points, and his only real title rival, Ricard's Carl Seams, on 281 points. They have scored, equal points. Carl Seams took 3 points off Sai in race number 1. Sai took 3 points off Carl Seams in race number 2. So the gap is 42 points at the head of the championship, and with 75 points on offer. All Pidit Sai has to do is really finish in the top 11 or 12 positions, and there are only 14 DD2 Masters carts in this race. You can see the starting lineup. So once again, Pidit Sai, all he has to do is get that cart home in one piece without any technical issues or any incidents. Harold Garkaklis will start from pole position. He has come back, the team boss of the Birrell Art Baltics team. He has come back out of semi-retirement to try and help his teammate, although to be fair, he's not interfered with the championship situation at all. Pidit Sai, very, very smart indeed. Could we have another Estonian on the way, along with Nikita Lubimov, to the grand finals via the Nordic Challenge? Now we'll have an extra rolling lap. You can already see how hot it is here, because a dry line once again beginning to emerge. Everyone will be on wet tyres. So this is a long 14-minute race. I'm assuming everyone's on wet tyres. We'll find out soon enough if anyone has gambled on slicks. The DD2 race, which comes after this, that will be a different kettle of fish, and I do wonder if there are going to be any gamblers in that race. We saw earlier that on a drying track, slick tyres can be 4 to 5 seconds a lap faster than those on wet tyres. Now, earlier on, I think it was Minimax where we had a difference of type. I mean, there is just, still lots of standing water. So the front half of the track is drying out, but you can see in the evening air, the turn 9 area, that's still sort of covered by the trees here in this Latvian forest. And of course, that bit of the track taking a lot longer to dry than any other part. 14 minutes, DD2 Masters, 14 drivers. The flag goes down. We're off and racing. Garkaklis in the red and white Birrell ART takes the race lead. Pidit Sai in that purple and yellow AGS Racing entry, slotting into third position, trying to give himself plenty of room. Up the inside goes the number 520 kart of Ivars Us, who's made a good start from 5th on the grid. Second place is Ricard's Alcanciems. Now, will Harold Garkaklis allow his teammates to pass him and take the win? Although I think they probably all realise that, well, I mean, if it's mathematically possible for Carl Siems to win the title, as long as he wins the race, then obviously you'll see Garkaklis, conceding top spot. But a couple of drivers coming to grief coming out of turn number 9. I'll catch up with them shortly. But as we complete lap number 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers still relatively close to the lead group. Somebody on the outside of the circuit there. One abandoned car. Oh, and Kaklis doesn't want to do that too often. Run wide coming out of turn number 2. These outside curbs will be very, very slippery. It was Martin Sild, the Racing Academy driver in kart 518, who is out of the race. So the lowest that Pirit Sai can finish is 13th. And that would give him, let's have a little quick gander at the points. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 39 points. There's 8. Oh, and the leaders continue to battle. Now, 13th place. Let's have a look in the final. You have 48, 45, 1. 36, 34. Well, 30 points for finishing in 13th position, 75 points for the win. Okay, so that's still mathematically possible for Calm Siems. 75 points for a win, 30 points for coming 13th. There are 13 karts left in the race, so that would be a 45-point swing if Calm Siems was to win. And he's going for the lead again on his teammate. Sai with the finish 13th. The gap unofficially at the top of the leaderboard is 42 points. So Pirit Sai, to be absolutely certain, needs to finish 2, 4, 6, 8, 11th. He's running third at the moment, safely in third. Kaklis continues to lead, 10 minutes to go. Regards Calm Siems sitting on his rear bumper. Now that is Pirit Sai making the move. Does he want to make the move? Does he want to interject himself into this battle? Behind him, there's a good scrap for 4th place going on between Ivars Us, Juris Zalitis and Nikolas Masinas. Yeah, there's a big gap back to 7th place driver Marcus Mikel Kaliuste. And there's another driver off at the side of the circuit. That is Margus Kingu. So only 12 drivers remain on circuit. And as long as there's a battle further back, top 3, so Pirit Sai, he's not mathematically home yet. 12th place would give him 32 points, and that is 43 points less than 75 you get for a win. The gap and the championship unofficially by my calculation is 42, so Sai still needs to carry on. He can't just sort of call it quits, coast into the pits and retire. He has to tough it out till the very end, and of course in these conditions, that means one mistake could be curtains. Although in 11th position at the moment, Martins Rollis, 20 seconds behind the race leader. Argo Tam is the 12th and final kart still running. He is 30 seconds behind the race leader. The track is drying out At the moment, I have to say the track is drying out as we head towards the final 7.5 minutes of this DD2 Masters final at the 3-3 circuit in Riga. Harold Garkaklis showing no signs of pulling over and allowing his teammate Ricards Calciems to take the win, and you know, that's a very noble thing, and you wouldn't begrudge Harold's for doing that, for pulling over. That was almost to be expected. Harold doesn't race regularly, but an extra kart on the grid is an extra kart to take points on Pititsai. He looks over his shoulder and he realises, well, as long as Pititsai is third, then, you know, it doesn't matter whether my teammate wins or not. The championship isn't going our way. Calciems now looks to the inside, and Garkaklis doesn't fight. In fact, he tries to get back alongside. Good racing there between the two Birrell Art Baltics drivers. And Pititsai just watching. If I was Pititsai with 6-second gap behind me, I would be easing right back now, just in case there's a problem between the top two. He would have time to react and avoid getting collected in an incident. And, well, Pititsai deciding to stay relatively close. I suppose he's thinking to himself, well, I've raced this way all year, why should I change my tactic now? Obviously, no skullduggery afoot, as Garkaklis leads only by half a kart length across the line. Now, lap times. 106.7 last time around, or 106.9 last time around for Garkaklis. Our times, well, the wet weather tyres have certainly levelled out. They are not going any quicker. Let's see if they start slowing down. Calciems has the fastest lap, a 106.4. Last time around it was a 106.8. And that part of the track is certainly looking very, very dry indeed. However, under the canopy of the trees, this is still very, very wet. You can see the drivers now aiming for the water to try and cool these wet weather mojo tyres. It'll be a brave person to gamble on wet tyres for the next race. Bearing in mind, I don't know when the grid gate will close. You can see the DD2 karts, a lot of them still on their stands, waiting. Now here is bone dry on the racing line all the way through turn number 1. It's greasy through turn 2 and still too greasy for slicks there. And there's another move from Calciems, but it's fairly dry through this section. You can see a full dry line. The question is, how much time would you lose on wet tyres? At this part of the circuit. Into turn number 12. Here we go, 4 minutes remaining. Lap times. Still on wet tyres, they are going quicker and quicker, so the wet tyres are not going off. Piritsai setting the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 106.364. 3 minutes to go. Garkaklis, 2/10 in front of his teammate, Carl Siems. Then it's Piritsai, 8 seconds behind this lead trio. Joris Zalitis. Then it's Ivars Us, Eke Nurm, Ivo Payerl, Marcus Mikkel Kaliusta, Willem Pomerantz in 9th, followed by Martins Rollis. And then Argo Tam with Mikolas Masinas now retiring. So Mikolas Masinas has retired. There are just 11 karts left running. Piritsai could afford to stop now, finish 11th, and he's not going to, but I think that would be signed, sealed, and delivered. Garkaklis sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 105.89. The spray through turn 10 in the early evening sun could be a bit of a problem for the DD2 drivers. I can't imagine anyone in DD2 is going to gamble. Well, I've been wrong before. In fact, most of the DD2 karts are on the deck already. Not quite sure what the ruling is. Piritsai now easing right back, and quite rightly so, with 90 seconds of this race remaining. Continue to thank you all for your support online, and support there from Giorgio Gadilla for Lado Kobakidze from Georgia, Thomas Solstamanis watching, and there's plenty of people watching, so thank you for all your comments and for your support in the online chat. This is the penultimate race of the day, and indeed the penultimate race of the entire Rotax Nordic Challenge. And Haralds Garkaklis continues to lead the way. Just under a minute plus a lap to go. His teammate Ricards Kalnsiems cannot find a way past. Your champion-elect Piritsai from Estonia sits in 3rd position. They drive round that inside puddle at turn number 1. So even though some of the track is drying out, the sheer volume of water that was dropped during that junior, or just before and during that junior Rotax superfinal is still present in some areas. The track staff here at 333 have done a fantastic job of hosing some of the circuit off and pumping some of the water onto the grass, which is now a little more than a green swamp offline. But with the lapped cart of Argo Tam in front of them, we start the final lap. What a return it has been for Haralds Garkaklis. He goes around turn number 1, avoids the swimming pool at turn 1, over the crest towards turn 3. The sun is setting on the day here in Riga, but the Birrell Art Baltics team have been absolutely on tip-top form throughout the day here in DD2 Masters. It's going to be a 1-2 finish on the road for Haralds Garkaklis and Ricards Kalsiems, but the title and the tickets to Sarno is going to go to the 3rd place finisher, the yellow and purple AGS racing kart of Piritsai. There he is, number 519, out of turn number 12. He has done all he has had to do. It's been a cool, calm, calculated performance for Piritsai, and he takes 3rd place and the title. And that means we have just one race to go, one championship to decide. As you watch Joris Zalitis finish in 4th position. Ivars Us is 5th. The rest, a long way back. It's DD2 is the last race of the day. And now that could have a couple of twists in the tail as you watch to see the tail enders coming across the line. Virus came into the day on 326 points in DD2. Ackmans and Shurko were his two remaining title challenges. 302 for Ackmans, 288 for Shurko. And there's some high fives from various members of the paddock. There's Heinrich Gruber there in the black t-shirt, a former international trophy champion in this category. Now taking a bit of time out from racing this year to set up his own business, his own indoor Red Bull kart track. But still heavily involved in the paddock as a whole. Right, let's see. Speed Hive, can you come to my aid one more time? In DD2 this morning, let's have a look. Ackmans was 7th. That would be, wait a minute, 32 points. That would put him on 3, 3, 4. Virus was 8th, and that would put him on 30 points, so that would be 3, 5, 6. Shurko was 9th, that would be 28 points. That would be 316 in the second DD2 race. Let's have a look at this. Is before sort of any penalties. Ackmans was 4th, which would give him 38 points. That would be 372. Virus is 7th, 4, 6, 7, 32 points. That would be 388. And Shurko was 8th, 30 points, 3, 4, 6. So, it, by my calculations, a 16-point gap is what Virus has, bearing in mind if those finishing orders were the final finishing order, and no penalties were applied afterwards. Well, 75 points for a win, 69 for second, 63 for third, 57 for fourth, 51 for fifth in the super final. So it's certainly not all over yet. And Emils Ackmans will start this race 5th. Ragnar Vieras 8th and Maxim Shurko 9th. One race to go. On to the circuit. Edgars Vilkans, Thomas Rudikas, Martin Janowskis, Thomas Burstins, Emil Ackmans, Patrick Locknellis, Martinas Tankevicius and Ragnar Vieras, your top 4 rows. Shurko and Sagardi round out the top 10 on what is a very, very strong 19 kart field. Just looking down the order, yep, all 19 drivers I think have made it off the dummy grid. I'm assuming on wet tyres, or they should be. 2 rolling laps, 2 sighting laps, and then the 1 rolling lap. So they'll use 2 laps through the turn 12 chicane, and then 1 time using the turn 4 of the oval. And certainly the front runners on wet tyres. Has anyone at the back gambled on slicks? Ooh, that would be a brave gamble. They would be much quicker through half the circuit, but how much slower would they be for the very wet part of the track? Well, if anyone has gambled on slicks, we will find out very shortly. Hard to believe that anyone would try slick tyres looking at that surface water there. 1 or 2 at the back looking very, very slippery and tentative through that part of the circuit. I wonder. And you can see the front runners, they are concerned because they're clinging to the wet part of the circuit to try and keep those wet tyres cool. This should be the final rolling lap. Looking down the order, all the main contenders are on wet tyres. I think there are 1 or 2 on slicks at the back. We shall wait and see. The green flag does not drop. Oh, and that's even worse news for everybody on wet tyres. Well, at least all the main players are on the same tyre. Now, the slick tyres are much wider, fatter than the wet tyres. Looking, there certainly seems to be 1 or 2 drivers at the back who are, well, I wouldn't like to hazard a guess from this angle. If there is a gambler, or 2 or 3, they are not title contenders. But still, stealing a final victory would be a fantastic way to end the Nordic Challenge for them. But certainly, maybe the number 444 kart, Devin Sagardi. They look like slick. They could be slick tyres on the number 444. Well, not sure. And down at the back, the number 455, right at the back. That is Ricards Vekvargaris. And now the green flag drops. Now we'll see who's on what. Down towards turn number 1. Everyone running very wide, avoiding that swimming pool on the apex. And the leaders all breathe a sigh of relief as they head through the first corner cleanly. Now down towards turn number 3. And through the chicane at turn number 4. It's bone dry here. Absolutely bone dry. Vilkans has the advantage over Janowskis. Rudikus is there in third. Now, let's see who's struggling on wets, on slicks through this part of the course. Certainly, everyone's scrambling for grip, but the leaders taking comfort in the wet conditions. Somebody goes very wide through the turn 4 runoff. Now, is that a mechanical problem? Yes, it is. Oh, unfortunately, I think that might have been Thomas Rudikus coming into the pits. It was Rudikus, I think. No, he's dropped to 7th. We'll wait to see who has not come along. It was Simas Tankevicius. Ragnar Virus down to 18th position. So a problem for Virus out of my sight. So Virus down to 18th. His title rivals, Shurko is 6th, Akmens is up to 3rd. What happened to Ragnar Virus? Side by side for second position. Third place, Patrick Lockmellis moves past Emils Akmens. Now, Akmens does need to stay as high up as possible. Waiting to see. See what happened to Ragnar Virus. Obviously an off-track excursion of some kind. And the field is very spread out. So it's going to be tricky for Virus to catch and pass drivers. They're not all bunched together. Long race. This is. Tyres are going to be key. Those on wets, I'm sure, will have the advantage now. But how quickly will they eat through their mojo treads? Will any of the drivers, I think maybe, now I did see Ricards Vagaras. Sorry. Ricards Vagars. Vagars is the back of the field at the moment, and he is doing 112s. Ragnar Virus doing 109s. I wonder, Virus can't be on slick tyres, can he? He's up to 17th. We'll have to have a look down the order. Virus is a long way behind. He hasn't even crossed the start-finish line yet. Ragnar Virus, where is our championship leader? Now he crosses the line, 24 seconds behind, lapping in the 108s. He must either have a problem or be on slick tyres, because he is 6 seconds a lap slower than our race leader, Edgars Vilkans. But we've still got 11 minutes to go. Wow. Akmens poised to strike. If things stay as they are, I'm sure Emil Akmens has won the title, although unofficially, of course. Janowskis is second. There's Lockmellis in third. Then there's Akmens in fourth. Burstins. Shurko is sixth. His title chances are all but over. And who's this? Number 472. This is Patrick Oimets coming into the pits and out of the race. So that will move Virus into 16th position. Virus doing a 107 last time around in kart 441. There is a driver on. That was Ricards Vagars. Vagars. I'm sure that was a driver on slick tyres. Here's your race leader. We'll try and catch up with the next time around. So, lap times. The wet-tired runners are doing 103s. 103.2 for Vilkans, 103.4 for Janowskis. Here's the number 411 kart and Thomas Burstins in 5th position on wet tyres. And further back, we've still got a bunch of drivers lapping in the 107s and the 106s. Very interesting indeed. There's another driver off the track. You can see him trying to pick his kart back up. That's Alexander Hodorinsky. Virus up to 15th position. Did a 107.3 last time. 9 minutes to go. Such a shame I didn't get down to the dummy grid before the start of this one, just to take numbers of anyone who was gambling on slick tyres. But Virus, I mean, unless he's got a severe problem with that kart, he must be on slicks. Must be. Akmens, however, with a 16-point disadvantage, running in 4th. That would be 57 points. Virus in 15th. Well, that would be about 24 points maybe. So still not good enough for Ragnar Virus, who's still doing 107s. Ricards Vagars has done a 105. So Virus battling with some issue, because I think Vagars is also on slick tyres, but he's going 2 seconds a lap quicker than Virus, who's not picking up his pace at all. Track conditions have to be improving. Let's wait and see who crosses the line. We're looking at, there's Sinkevicius, Rudikus goes across the line, Mikkelsen, Sagardi, then there's Tankavicius, followed by Zidas in 13th. Still waiting. 14th is Upkaup. The next kart around should be Ragnar Virus. Now, let's have a look. The 4-5-5 kart of that's Vek Vargas. So Virus hasn't come round. I think Virus is in trouble. Has Virus retired? He's still not crossed the start-finish line. I think Ragnar Virus may have retired. There he goes across the line, and he's on wet tyres, but he is in he has got problems. He has got lots of problems. It's a mechanical issue for Ragnar Virus. Somebody has had a spin up the road. Emils Akmens in kart number 454, potentially has the title within his grasp. Here's the driver on slick tyres, Vek Vargas. And his times are still 104s. He's still not as quick as the drivers on wets. Cross the line, 499 goes through. That's Andreas Upkaup. Andreas Upkaup is all the way back in 15th position. There's Virus once again checking over his shoulder. Here is your race leader, 471. Edgars Vilkans. Janowskis is second, 1.9 seconds down on the race leader. Lokmelis is third. Akmens possibly heading towards a title and a ticket to Sarno runs in fourth. Virus just keeps looking over his shoulder to see where his rivals are. He's completely helpless. He's on wet tyres, but there is a problem with that kart. Of that I am certain. He is cruising round. He's been off track at least once. He's now picked up the pace to 105s, but it is far too late for Ragnar Virus. What has gone wrong for the reigning DD2 Rotax Grand Finals champion? Here's the battle for fourth position. Emils Akmans trying to hold off the 4-1-1 of Thomas Burstins. And Ragnar Vieras, hand in the air, slowing down. Cruising to what I'm assuming is going to be, well, not quite sure what it is. I mean, if this is tactical thing, I've got the points very, very wrong indeed. Vieras in 16th position. Well, we'll just call the race. We'll worry about the points at the end of the day. Edgars Vilkans on the Sodi cart. Cart number 471. En route to an impressive victory in the DD2 final. 3.5 minutes to go. Through turn number 4. Well, Vieras is still circulating, so he hasn't retired the cart. Now that says something that he knows. Well, I'm not quite sure, but it's certainly a dramatic way to finish the 2024 Nordic Challenge with 3 drivers. Maxim Shurko in 7th position hasn't been able to impact the title standings in this race. There he is, Edgars Vilkans. Akman still runs in 4th, just in front of Thomas Burstins. Now Janovskis has actually closed in by half a second as we enter the closing stages of this DD2 race. Under 2 minutes to go. Out towards turn number 9. The slick tyre gamble has not paid off for Vekvagars, who continues to run 42 seconds off the leaders, down in 14th position. Ragnar Vieras still down in 16th. What has ailed him, I do not know. Akmans still in 4th place. Now the pressure is on Akmans to just hold his nerve for another 1 minute plus a lap. Janovskis, meanwhile, continues to close in. We're not finished for the battle for the lead for this one just yet. It's been a long race, and now Janovskis tries his hand. He starts moving around to the outside of turn number 11. Will he try the crossover move in that number 422 MRG Racing cart? They cross the start-finish line. We begin another lap, and can't look to the inside at turn number 1 because there's a swimming pool there. 10 seconds to go. They'll get the last lap board next time around. Now, Vilkans has to defend into turn number 3. Janovskis, much the quicker cart, through the turn 4 S's, onto the infield straight down towards turn 5. Hard on the brakes, now back out through turn number 6. Through the dog leg at turn 7, they set themselves up for turn number 8. up the hill towards turn 9. This is where Janowski's car is much stronger than Vilkan's. Lokmelis runs third. 2 seconds back. Akmens and Burstins 8 seconds down in 4th and 5th. This time Janowski's is not as close to Edgar's Vilkans as he was before. But the last lap board goes out. The final lap of the day. The final lap of the Nordic Challenge 2024. Can Edgar's Vilkans hold on? Over the crest. What has Martins Janowskis got in his pocket for the race leader? Vilkans defends into turn number 5. Around turn 6, he's got a good run. But no, on the outside, Vilkans is able to hold on. Now into turn number 7. In towards turn number 8. Now up the hill towards 9. Half a lap to go. Lokmelis sits in 3rd. He can't affect the result. What can Janowskis do? He drives it in very deep into turn number 11. So does Vilkans. I think Edgar's Vilkans has done enough. Out of the final corner. The checkered flag waves for Edgar's Vilkans. He takes the win. Second for Janowskis, Lokmelis. And here comes Akmans in 4th. Thomas Burstins is 5th. Then Zikevicius, Danbergs, Shurko, Sagardi, Rudikas, Mikkelsons, Zidas, and the rest, with Ragnar Virus crossing the line in 15th position, and we don't know where the title is going. There goes Virus, shaking his head across the line. What happens, we do not know. We'll only find out at the end of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation will be taking place shortly, where the tickets to Sana will be handed out. We don't generally live stream the presentations, I don't believe. So that is the conclusion of the on-track action today. Please keep abreast of the Rotax Karting Facebook page, the Rotax Max, or the Nordic Challenge Facebook page, all the Instagram, Rotax Kart Instagram, Rotax Kart Facebook page. The website will have the full list of qualifiers, as well as the rotax.ee page, which has all the information about this championship and who will be going to Sarno. Well, we hope you've enjoyed the coverage here today, and I know it's been a delayed coverage, but I think it was worth the wait in the end. So on behalf of all the organisers of the Rotax Nordic Challenge and the circuit staff here at 333 Baltic Circuit in Riga, this has been a No Limits production of the final round of the 2024 Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. Thank you for joining us. Please come back soon for more Rotax racing wherever you are in the world. Good night.